Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming along to our final day. I think the feedback has been that people have been enjoying themselves here these last couple of days, so thank you for that. That's very nice. So for anyone that's new to the space, just to let you know, we have basically this entire floor. We've got like a little fair space there. We're going to be doing heavily discounted stuff today because clearly we're not like a bunch of consumers in here, and who wants some sort of like little festival bit of junk. So we'll do like a kind of a pay-as-you-feel thing for like tote bags and t-shirts and that sort of thing, and some of the Rhizo posters. We have a film room over there in 405. A group called Hit List have put together an 8-hour loop, so when you walk in there, you're probably not going to see what someone else has seen. Downstairs, Nick Ashwood has put together some prepared piano, so from about 1 o'clock you can go down there and play around with some magnets and some little contraptions that have been put together, so that's all fabulous. We will have some food happening at 12 p.m. Joe is going to have some chicken or tofu rolls or something like this. From 4 p.m. we're going to just have some free nibbles, and then from 6 we're going to have some music. We'll have a projection show, and we'll have some beers. They'll probably be available from about midday too. So that's some housekeeping stuff. And look, I also just want to say thank you to Dan, Ross and Guy, especially Dan, who's been a massive supporter of Fopa and you know, maybe even myself in general. So thank you very much, Dan. And I think Guy's going to come up and introduce the panel. So if we can give the guys a round of applause, that would be fabulous.
Thank you very much. We haven't done anything yet, so it's very grateful. My name's Guy Rundle. I'm the coordinating editor of Arena magazine, journal, whatever it's called these days. There's a few free copies around if people would like them. First come, first serve. Don't take them if you've already got them. So it's a pleasure today to introduce Dan Ross. We're going to do... Dan will give a paper on the concept of the immense regression and various other things arising from that. We'll then have a bit of back and forth at the chairs, and then there'll be a chance for questions and answers and hopefully lively discussion. Dan is someone I've known for decades in many guises. He's known to many of you as one of the leading interpreters of Bernard Stiegler, and his principal translator in the English-speaking world, someone who's really done an immense amount to bring Stiegler's work to a wider Anglosphere audience. He began as a political roustabout, crypto-communist, various things. He's the director of that film De Ista, a philosophical journey down the Danube, which nobody believed was an Australian film. Everybody thought it was Austrian and that it was a typo, one of the great, genuinely great Australian films ever made. Since then, he's written Violent Democracy on States of Exception, things like that, and then embarked on the 20-year project of bringing Stiegler to a wider world and interpreting him. So yes, this is an immense pleasure to introduce him and to talk with him and to hear what he has to say. Take it away, Dan.
Thanks, Guy. And thanks, Matt. Thanks to all the organisers. Woody Allen said not that long ago that he considers that he should be the poster boy for Me Too. And similarly, I think I should be the poster boy for Para-Acedemia, because there's never been anybody as para as me when it comes to academia. Really right on the side, very far on the side, but yet still always there, can't get rid of me. So I'm very happy to be a part of this festival once again, and I really support what Matt's trying to do, because there are problems in academia and at the university, and the possibility of saying real things is not always that easy to achieve in an academic context, and this is an academic context, but it's also Para. So it suits me very well, and I'm really glad to have this opportunity. As Guy said, I've been working to make Stiegler's work very well known as I can in the English-speaking world for about 20 years, and this book that I've translated and that has just appeared in the last few weeks, The Immense Regression, is the result of the last few years of work, during which time Bernard died in 2020, which was a great tragedy and caused many problems as well for this book to be able to come out. So the fact that it has come out now is something I'm very pleased to see. It's the first volume of the final book that he published in his lifetime, if you don't count Bifurcate, which was a collective work. What do I want to say about this book today and about Stiegler's work? Can I just ask, how many people here have actually read a book of Bernard Stiegler's, just so I can get a sense? Okay, so some, but not everybody. So my life is perpetually introducing Stiegler's philosophy, so I'll do that a bit again today for those who don't know it, and for those who do, apologies if you've heard some of it before. And there's a lot of different ways of introducing it, but let's think of what's the best way today. Stiegler's philosophy is a kind of thinking that operates in terms of tendency and counter-tendency. For Stiegler, there's no tendency that does not have a counter-tendency, and so a tendency is not just like a principle of what happens, but it's a tendency that's always balanced by something on the other side, which doesn't mean that what's on the other side can't disappear, be destroyed, and that the tendency that remains can then become a runaway tendency. But this is always a problem when it happens. And so the question for today in Stiegler's mind is, are we in a situation where the counter-tendency to the overwhelming tendency has been eliminated, and therefore we are in a situation where a tendency becomes hegemonic in a runaway fashion that causes a problem? And in 2025, the year in which we're speaking, I think that 5 years after Stiegler's death, we can see this question in terms of the arrival of what he didn't have a chance to reflect on, but which he anticipated very much, which is so-called artificial intelligence and what that means for contemporary life, and which is why this book is called The Immense Regression. Let's try and think about what tendency and counter-tendency really means. In the history of philosophy, for most of that history, there was the idea that there are those things that are fixed and eternal, and there are those things that change. The things that are fixed and eternal are what? Well, if you were living in the ancient world, the things that seemed fixed and eternal were the stars, apart from those few wanderers. And what changed was what's here down on earth. And philosophy had the idea that the ideas are what's fixed and eternal, as long as they can be identified properly, etc., etc. And that lasts for a very long time. What causes it to change? Is it a new idea? Or is it something that happens in the world? Or is this a wrong question to ask? If we skip all the way through Stiegler's work, to the last phase of his work, then I think we can say what causes it to change is a combination of a change in the world and a change of idea, and this combination happens because there's a connection between them. When the steam engine was invented, it was not efficient. It ran poorly. And this made it necessary for people to ask the question of how it can be run more efficiently. This meant postulating the question of the steam engine as a system. By asking this question, what was discovered was what comes to be known as the second law of thermodynamics, also called entropy. What does entropy mean? This is a difficult and mysterious question, and there are many answers to this question, and some of them are very misleading. For example, very often when people talk about entropy, they refer to order and disorder, and to the tendency of things to go from a state of order to a state of disorder. But what does order mean? What does disorder mean? Do they mean anything in scientific terms? If you have a crystal, it seems orderly. It seems more orderly than the liquid from which the crystal formed. And yet, the crystal is more entropic than that liquid. It's moving from a state of lower entropy to higher entropy. So the concept of order is difficult and problematic. And so is the concept of noise and chaos. How should we think of entropy then? I think we should think of it as the tendency for the past to be erased. If you build a sand castle on the beach, then with the effect of the wind and the tides, that sandcastle will eventually disappear. What does that mean? It means that we will never be able to find evidence that it existed. It's like it's gone. It's the tendency for the past to disappear in the present. So my question was to ask, what does Stiegler mean by tendency and counter-tendency? What is a counter-tendency to that tendency? Is it that the sandcastle can continue, can increase, can become more complex? Well, that's not going to happen. Why is it not going to happen? Purely for probabilistic reasons. Because it's extremely unlikely. It's extremely likely that it will be erased. So what's the counter-tendency? The counter-tendency is what begins to happen when not more orderly processes begin, but more organized processes. We have to distinguish between orderly and organized. What is organized? Life. Was the first proto-DNA molecule alive? Who knows? This is a question we cannot answer. We can only say there was before life and after life. And life is the invention of a molecule that produces organization and a proliferation of different kinds of organization. So this is an example, but more than just an example, of what the relationship between tendency and counter-tendency really means. At a certain point, another counter-tendency occurs within the tendency that we call life, or which Alfred Lotka called endosomatic evolution. evolution of the body. What is the other counter-tendency that occurred within this tendency? Well, first, the tendency of endosomatic evolution, we have to recognize if it's a form of organization, if it's a form of keeping the past in the present, it's a type of history. It's a memory. And in fact, endosomatic evolution consists of two kinds of memory. First, the memory of the genetic molecule itself in its infinite variability that keeps the past in the present. My genes contain the genes of my parents, which contain the genes of their parents, right back to the first life. That's why we're all related. The second memory is in our brains. The second memory is what? It's a way of keeping the lessons of the past so that we can organize our relationship to the future. This is what an animal does. But when that animal dies, the lessons that it learns are lost for the species. The counter-tendency that arises at a certain point amounts to a third kind of memory. That third kind of memory is when the circuit of organization passes no longer just through the organization of what's alive genetically or in our brains, but through what is not alive but is organized. The tool. The tool, when it is first invented, is not meant to be a form of memory. It's not intended to be a form of memory. It's not invented as a form of memory. It's invented to cut meat and so on, flint tools. Nevertheless, it already is a form of memory because we can look at that past that remains and know something about that past that makes a difference to our life and to our future. And at a certain point, much more recently, tools are invented that are in order to function as a memory, starting, for example, with cave painting and through books up to computers. Why does all of this matter? The invention of this new type of life that uses a memory that is no longer itself alive but is dead in artifacts like a book is the creation of a type of life that begins to anticipate in ways that are not just a genetic program. To make a stone tool, you have to anticipate the outcome of the process of making the tool. To anticipate is to dream. The first person to make a stone tool, even though we shouldn't call him a person perhaps, the first person to do that had to dream, right? And yet we also have to say that that dream is made possible by the stone tool. There's an undecidable origin here, but it's the beginning of a very long process of the opening of a form of life that begins to invent how it exists. And it invents how it exists through tools that then become memory tools. This is the form of life that is us. What Stigler wants to say is that this long history is one that has not been asked about in the right way in the history of philosophy or in the history of thinking, because it hasn't been understood as a question of memory. And if we do understand it as a question of memory, then we can see that what matters is the stages of this evolution, which we can understand as forms of the struggle against entropy that occur not just through the means of life, but through organized inorganic means. It means that we are beings who have to ask ourselves the question of who we are, of what we want, in a way that does not happen for other species. But most of the history of that species, we don't recognize why it is that we have to ask ourselves that question. Because we don't recognize that what makes us the kinds of beings that we are is this third kind of memory. And therefore we understand the world in terms of this distinction between what never changes and what changes, where what never changes is always privileged over what changes. And what Stiegler is saying is, when the steam engine is invented and the question of its efficiency is made into a theme, then people can recognize that, first of all, everything changes. There is nothing but processes. There is nothing but tendencies and counter-tendencies. And secondly, they can realize it not just because of the second law of thermodynamics, but because the consequences of that invention, the steam engine, are that the world shows itself as continuously changing in an accelerating way from the beginning of the 19th century on. Why does it do that? Is it because the steam engine is a new form of power? Of course, but that's not the main part. The main part is that a new step in the keeping of the past in the present, a new step in the techniques of memory is taken at the same time as this invention. Because the invention of the machine is not just the invention of a power system, but of the program. The program that puts the gestures of the tool-equipped worker into the machine, so that the weaver's understanding, their knowledge of how to weave, is turned from being knowledge into being information programmable into a machine. This turning of knowledge into information is then applied to many forms of work. And many of those forms of work no longer need to exist in a world that changes with the machine, that automates this work by turning it into information. This is where the real beginning of automation lies. Okay, this is already in Marx. Where though? In the Grundrisse, in the fragment on machines. This is exactly what Marx talks about. However, when was the Grundrisse published? 1939. It is not a part of the established part of Marxism at the time that Marxism forms. And there's a problem there. There's a problem because the consequences of this fundamental change, which Marx does perceive, are not part of the Marxist understanding of the 20th century, where this changes again. Because in the 20th century, the machine does not stop evolving and does not stop evolving new types of memory technology. And these new types of memory technology do not just automate the gestures of the tool-equipped worker. They do not just automate work, they automate ways of life. And how do they do that? Through radio and cinema and television. And why do they do that? They do that because the producers of goods wish to have new kinds of goods which they dream up and therefore invent, to be adopted by a mass market. And in order to be adopted, you need to make the consumers of those products dream of having them, and of having them as quickly as possible, and to spend their money on them. And you do that through marketing. Marketing is the great invention of the 20th century, but it is not thought about very much by philosophers. And marketing is the use of techniques made possible by radio, cinema, and television in order to make people's desires for what could be long-term aims, where long-term could mean infinite. For instance, to be the best I can be at cooking or at eating, to turn those long-term aims into the shortest possible term aims, such as getting a burger. And that century is the century, the 20th century, of doing as much as possible in the development of marketing as can be done. How am I doing? Okay. That itself is, of course, not the end of the story. We live now in a digital age which makes possible new forms of automation once again. Automation of what? Of the processes of reasoning itself. What is reasoning? What does it mean to reason? This is something that every philosopher will answer in their own way. Nevertheless, let's try and answer that question. For Immanuel Kant, the question of reason is the question of the relationship between analysis and synthesis. Analysis means taking things apart, breaking them into their elements, conceptualizing them, but that doesn't bring us to reason. It brings us to understanding. But understanding is not reason. What's the difference? Understanding never makes a decision. To make a decision from what you understand requires a synthesis over and above an analysis. A computer analyzes. It does nothing but analyze. And it analyzes by taking knowledge turned into information, broken into its parts, rearranged, and made calculable in order to calculate. But to calculate is not to decide. A computer is not capable of synthesis. It can perform extremely complex calculations extremely quickly, but it can never decide. But because of the speed and the power and the amount of data that computers are able to process today, they can give the illusion of deciding. Because when you give a prompt, it seems that what you get back from ChatGPT must be a decision by the computer to give it one answer rather than another. But it's not a decision. It's an automation. And what is it automating? Your ability to make a decision. We can think to ourselves that this is not something that we are fooled about. We can think to ourselves that this illusion is something that we see through. But we are the ones who are kidding ourselves when we think that. Because our thinking is not in our brains. We do not just think in our brains. It's important not to make an opposition here between the natural thinking of our brain and the calculation of a computer or of some other technology. This is not an opposition. We must think with memory technology. We cannot think without memory technology. If I think, let's say, a geometrical thought, if I solve a geometrical question, how am I able to do that? I'm able to do it because geometry was invented. Because somebody took a stick and drew a line in the sand, as Husserl said, and because the lessons from that stick and that sand were not just lost to wind and tide, but were written down in books which we reproduce and to which we can add. But the point with which geometry begins, the geometric point, is a dream. It doesn't exist. There is no geometric point that you can see in the universe. And what does that mean? It means we cannot analyze and get to the point of the geometric point. We cannot, no analysis will give us the point. We can only be initiated into it when our teacher explains to us that we have to believe in it. When we reduce the line, which itself doesn't exist, to nothing, we get the point. All of knowledge has this form that in its foundations, it's a question of belief. It's not a question of calculation. It's a question, and it's not a question of demonstration. It's a question of initiation. At the foundation of all the fields of knowledge is some kind of initiation. So when we automate our ability to decide, we have to recognize that it's not a question of the way we think before techniques and the way we think after techniques. There is no thinking that does not pass through this outside. But the techniques, the memory technologies with which we think are what closes off the possibility of thinking as well as what opens it up. It opens it up because we cannot think without the geometric point, which we cannot think without the stick that makes the line. But it also is what has the possibility of making us forget and of making us stupid. Thinking, in other words, isn't what occurs just inside our brains, but what occurs between our brains through the medium that we share amongst each other, which is a technical medium, an organized inorganic medium. The question of this kind of artificial intelligence is the question of to what extent it opens new possibilities for us to think new thoughts, and to what extent it closes them off. And the risk that Stigler wants to suggest is that we have entered an age that is not like previous ages. In previous ages, the possibilities that were closed off, the tendencies towards the closing off of those possibilities of new knowledge were counterbalanced by counter tendencies that open new knowledge, because problems that would occur had the possibility of leading to new questions. What he wants to say today is that there is the appearance that it could be the case that when problems occur, they occur in a way that has already destroyed our ability to think and make those decisions, which means that we cannot turn those problems into new questions, which means we face a double problem. How am I doing? Yeah, all right. Let's say something about regression, and then we can go back to Guy, because that's the title of the book. Now, let's say something about today. What is he saying about today in this book? What does that regression mean? What does it mean that we have this double problem? To say that memory technology is both what opens and closes the possibility of knowledge is to say that it's a pharmakon. A pharmakon in the sense that for the ancient Greeks, pharmakon which is the word from which we get pharmacy, pharmacological, pharmaceutical, has a double meaning of poison and cure. This is to say that it's a tragic condition to exist pharmacologically. And the pharmakon is the expression of what I said is the overwhelming tendency. The pharmakon is the expression of becoming, of entropy. It's dead. It's outside us. But the pharmakon is also the expression of a new possibility in becoming, which we could call future. In a world where there is nothing but processes, where everything changes, where one can think that there is nothing but becoming, and one can think that becoming is nothing but the heat death of the universe, the tendency of everything to run down, which is why people think that it's a question of going from order to disorder. In this, and where this is represented industrially by the rise of factories, by the rise of masses who have lost forms of knowledge and become machine operators, button-pushing people, etc. This possibility, this fact that the pharmakon is the expression of becoming, sets up what Nietzsche refers to as the suffering of the it was, of the fact that there is no going back to an eternal, fixed principle, idea, or world. There's nothing but flow. And that when there is suffering, there is a wish for punishment. And the wish for punishment is what Nietzsche calls the spirit of revenge. What is revenge? It's the idea that because I suffer, someone else must suffer. There must be a scapegoat. Or to put it in the Greek, the pharmakon generates the desire for a pharmakos, a scapegoat onto which I can pour out my suffering by punishing them. Today we live in an age where the spirit of revenge has become very strong. And that spirit of revenge generates resentment. And that resentment is expressed in so many ways in the world that we see around us. But what Stiegler wants to say is it's generated because there is a suffering. And what he wants to say is that we must not resort to the designation of a scapegoat, because the scapegoat is the way of denying that why that suffering is generated is always caused by a pharmakon that we do not know how to handle, that we do not know how to take care of, and that we do not know how to treat. And not knowing that and suffering from it, we instead designate a pharmakos. And we all suffer today, and we all are tempted to designate a pharmakos. And if we look at politics today, we can see that the desire to designate a pharmakos, a scapegoat, occurs on all sides of politics. And what Stiegler wants to say is that we absolutely must refuse to play this game. In other words, if somebody is a designator of scapegoats, we must not make that scapegoat into a scapegoat. If Donald Trump gets elected because he designates scapegoats, we must not make Donald Trump into our scapegoat. We can only avoid the denial that the problem is not Donald Trump, but the pharmakon of immensely powerful calculation if we refuse to play the game of designating scapegoats. All right, I'll leave it there.
Yes? Yes, it is. Try yours. We'll do the Sonny and Cher act. Let's see how many people remember that more than I usually get.
Testing, 1, 2.
Great. Okay, well, thanks very much for that. Now, anybody who's read Stiegler will know that he has a truly fearsome number of neologisms, which I thought there would be more of, and so I thought in Dan's talk, so I thought the first part of this would be just unpacking some of the terms he's got, but Dan has gone out of his way to put it into a clearer language. So I might just skip to a few more general questions to tease these things out. Then I might ask the audience a bit if they've got any clarification questions. Then I'll pose a couple of challenges, if you like, and then we'll have time for general discussion, critique, etc., etc., etc. So let's start with, let's expand the concept of regression, this immense regression a bit, because this is, on the one hand, Stiegler is talking about tendency and counter-tendency as a running through history. Things emerge, they change, other things don't change, that sort of thing. But the intervention that he's making now, and in a way the intervention that forms his whole oeuvre, is about these times being extraordinarily, categorically different, a real breach, I think you're saying. And so there is an ethical force within Stiegler's oeuvre, his work, to say this must be thought, this must be done. What is the regression? What are we regressing from to?
Okay. Thanks, Guy. It's true that the question of tendency and counter-tendency is not just a question of history, it's a question of us. To say that there is nothing but processes is also to say that we are beings who are either rising or falling back. We are always in a struggle, which is like the struggle of entropy, the struggle of life, struggle of negentropy, I should say, which is always a struggle to remain alive, to prosper, to thrive, to live, against the tendency to fall back entropically into death. What Stiegler is saying is this is doubled for us with another kind of struggle. The struggle not just to live, but to live well and to invent new ways of living, which Whitehead would say, to live better. This is the question of the art of life. And if there's a tendency towards progression, towards rising that we have, then it is also that's specific to the kinds of beings that we are, then that's also to say that we have another kind of tendency to fall back, to become sick, to go crazy, to become stupid, to become mad. So when Stiegler says regression, it's not that this is something totally new. We are always, perpetually, in a struggle not just to remain alive, but in a struggle to live well, and to live well with new problems, to dream new dreams, and against the tendency to fall back. Now, I mentioned calculation. If the question for us, anthropic beings, anthropic, all too anthropic, is to live not just anthropically, but through new kinds of diversity, new kinds of knowledge, etc. And if the technologies that we're talking about are the automation of those possibilities, then this is a way of also saying that everything incalculable must be eliminated. The incalculable is the source of those new possibilities. And this was Nietzsche's question too. In this book, Stiegler looks at another thinker of Nietzsche named Paolo Diorio, who asks, what did Nietzsche mean by the eternal return? And this guy, Diorio, argues that Nietzsche knew about the second law of thermodynamics. So what was Nietzsche's answer to this heat death of the universe? According to Diorio, the answer was that within all of those probabilistic conditions that seem so strong, there's always the possibility of a new little improbable flux in the other direction, because it's not ruled out. It's only a question of probabilities. And what Stiegler wants to say is it's very unlikely that this is what Nietzsche thought. Because for Nietzsche, the question was not minor fluctuations within the probable. For Nietzsche, the question was the exception, the singular, the completely improbable, the possibility of something emerging into a system that was not in the conditions of that system before. Even though Stiegler would also say that Nietzsche could not think this all the way because he was living before Schrödinger thought about life as negentropic, and he was living before Lotka thought of exosomatic evolution as separate from, as a counter-tendency within endosomatic evolution. So, sorry this is a long answer, but it's getting somewhere. I am getting somewhere. So, the meaning of this, and the meaning of the fact that these new possibilities are not just new calculations, new probabilities, however improbable, but utterly improbable, is related to what I said about knowledge as always being an initiation, and in its foundations, and therefore always being a question of belief and a kind of dream. This is really what desire means. Desire means that we are no longer limited by a program that is just in our body or in our brain. Our programs are outside ourselves and between us, and are detached from merely biological aims. And not only detached, they're able to be reattached to aims that do not exist, but consist. Whether that is the geometric point that opens geometry, or the belief in what it means to be French, which does not exist, or the belief in justice, which also does not exist, but which we do not wish to abandon because we cannot give it up, because something in this inexistent, consistent idea insists to us perpetually. And if that's what desire is, then desire is for the improbable and the singular and the incalculable. And what regression is the reduction of that desire by the elimination of the singular and the improbable and the exceptional. And this was Nietzsche's concern, and it was his concern as leveling, which means averages, which means the calculation of probabilities. This is why it relates to the age of computational capitalism that we live in today. And the reduction of desire to drives means the elimination of infinite aims, because infinite aims are not calculable aims. And the reduction of the infinite is the reduction to what Deleuze would call a controlled type of, a controlled society, but where Deleuze could not think the relationship of active and passive nihilism to the pharmakon. And therefore, not being able to think the pharmakon, Deleuze also was not able to think the pharmakos. And this is why he is not enough for us today. All right, I'll say that.
That's the thing about neologisms. None arrive for once and then six come all at once. Can I try and backfill this in a way, I think? If what Stiegler's talking about is that the process of becoming human, of becoming what we are, is tools arise, and Stiegler is challenging, if you like, various instrumentalist, empiricist, whatever sort of theories of tools and tool adoption. And that is, as you say, that tools always become a form of externalized memory. Externalized memory becomes a general condition in which humanity starts to become humanity over many eons. And then you have a mix of technical, productive changes and communicative changes. So the beginning of writing, the rise of ships, cities, agriculture, that sort of thing. And these create, as you're saying, what is being called the exosomatic process, that this is not a question of a creature evolving within its own boundaries. It's a intersubjective creature evolving within localities. Things emerge that are in ensembles, localities of place, and then epochs, which are localities of time. And there's broad things going. And I presume then that within these large ensembles, one would say that there are, as you say, the regression is a double character. The invention of writing, the pharmacon, the invention of writing is a progression, a projection outwards, but it also is a loss of a certain type of memory, a certain type of world in a mass way. But then would we say that something like the fall of the Roman Empire is a mini immense regression of the time? Are these external events, these sorts of forgettings and destructions? Is that what we're talking about, that in any broad epoch you have this point where it just runs out of options?
Okay, well, you wanted neologisms, you're going to get them. I'll just give you one, but it's the best one. Doubly epical redoubling. This is what we need to think, the doubly epical redoubling. What is the doubly epical redoubling, you ask? I'm glad you asked. Stiegler's idea is that we always have to think this relationship of regression and progression in terms of unfolding of two moments. The first is when there is a problem that comes, basically we can say, from a new pharmacon, from techne. He would say, historically, any time a society arises, or a civilization, or a tribe, or a group of tribes, that is a locality that's not just negentropic, but exosomatic, that it tends to stabilize, which is what we could call a technical system. But this stability is not really stability, because there's no such thing as stability. There's only the struggle of tendency and counter-tendency. But there can be the appearance of stability for a long time. But things are going on underneath. Eventually, there's a problem. That problem is a kind of shock. And the first moment is that moment of shock. And that shock produces a delay, because the old circuits, which are not just endosomatic circuits, but the circuits of how we have decided to live together, of the programs that we have formulated, the calendars that we have, and the rituals that we have, and so on, no longer work. They no longer function. They no longer operate in a way that solves our problems. They require a second moment. The second moment of the doubly epical redoubling is the moment of adjustment. And adjustment is justice. Adjustment is decay. I'm thinking Heideggerian terms here, for example, in the Anaximander fragment, where the question of justice is the question of the fit, of the adjusting. And this is the question of the possibility of inventing not new techniques, but new ways of taking care of techniques, of taking care of life with techniques. Which means of new thinking, new knowledge, new programs, new care. And this is why, for Stiegler, he calls this book not What is Called Thinking, which was the title of Heidegger's book on Nietzsche that he published in 1953, in which the question of the spirit of revenge is considered, but instead what is called Not penser in French for thinking, but penser with an A, like différence for Derrida, which does not really mean caring. Not in any literal sense. It's a funny old French word. It can mean grooming a horse. But for Stiegler, it's a question of hearing, thinking as caring. It's also a word that means like a dressing for a wound, a bandage. And what he wants to say is, after the shock, when we take care, when we invent these new ways, we take care of the pharmacon with the pharmacon. We put the bandage on the wound. But the bandage itself, which is to control infection, if we do not change the bandages, becomes the source of the infection, the focal point of the infection. And therefore, it's never the solution to the problem of the pharmacon, because the pharmacon is incurable, but it's not untreatable. And taking care doesn't mean escaping regression. So yes, if you ask about the fall of the Roman Empire or any other collapse, it's always a question of regression. It's always a question of the shock of the loss of some stabilization. And it's then a question of, does the delay produced by the shock give the chance for the new possibilities of taking care, or does it not? And in the history of human life, very often it does. If not, Easter Island, etc. And what he wants to say is, first, this is our question today. And second, that it's our question in new conditions. And the reason why it's new conditions is because the formation of questions has conditions. For Heidegger, Dasein is the being for whom being is a question, which becomes the guideline for trying to understand the meaning of being. But when Heidegger comes to write not being and time, but time and being, he says, now, today, because of what is all over the earth, we can no longer think being from Dasein. We can no longer think being with beings. What Stiegler would say is, what this means, what Heidegger is saying here when he's talking about Gestell, and saying that we must think being without beings, is that Dasein, the being for whom being is a question, can no longer be the starting point. Because the being for whom being is a question is thrown into question in a way that raises the possibility that perhaps he is losing the capacity to form questions because his reason is being automated in this way.
And that, I'll say two bits here before I hand back to you. So the first is, yes, this immense regression then is clearly, or it seems, related to calculability. That we are the particular era or mega epoch, whatever we're in, is one that begins with the scientific revolution, perhaps, Newton's mathematization of nature, the flow of that into the more general scientific revolution, the calculability revolution, the rise of capitalism, and the rise of forms of thinking, utilitarianism, management theory, systems theory, all those sorts of things in which the particular and the incommensurable and the infinite is deliberately evacuated from the world, or both as a process, autonomous process that nobody is in control of, but also as a deliberate process that some people adopt. And this would seem to be, as Stu is saying in this book, and as you say in your introduction, that this is saying that what Nietzsche anticipated would occur over a 200-year period from his life, from the mid-19th century, which was this expansion of calculability, quantification, and all these things, has occurred much faster, has occurred at a dizzying speed, and that we are now in this in such a way that the capacities that are talked about in terms of our unique formation of dreams, the infinite, protension, projection into the future, which in turn creates the meaning of the present, or part of it, is no longer possible in the same way because the entire field of being, entire field of possibility comes to be mapped out and numbered. And in many ways, that seems to me to be one of the most evocative parts of this, that trying to talk about, I think, the feeling that a lot of us have at the moment, which is that something has really gone crunch in the last 10 to 20 years, that some sort of crisis has come. People like us who know that one era after another will say, oh, this is the end, the apocalypse is here, and that sort of thing, have a feeling that this intensification, which runs, of course, on the basis of Moore's law and the exponential expansion of computing and its capacity, in many ways, has got us into this realm where, you know, the various popular terms are things like enshittification or that sort of thing. Some sense that possibility has gone from the world, and that is as much this sort of apocalyptic possibilities of AI being connected to weapons systems, being connected to this and that, as it is looking at, if you like, the expansion of franchising and chain stores and every city looking the same, every town looking the same. You know, I was thinking about this in terms of Stiegler's notion of care and that sort of thing. The death of something as, or the decline of something as particular and minor as the individual shop, the individual quirky shop with its unique way of being in a locality, and the patterning of desire through consumerism and the franchise choice is an example of this happening, this vague depression one feels when confronted by a shopping mall in which there is absolutely no possibility of variation or particularity or place in that sense. Now that's the first thing, that's the general critique, and that is the answer, I guess, for why this is an immense regression. It's a meta-regression. It's one level higher than anything we've ever known, because quantification and calculability has hitherto always been constrained to some degree by these cultural practices which Stiegler calls circuits of trans-individuation, which are the ways in which cultural practices are reproduced, which give meaning, but in specific places and with specific rationales. So that the second point is to connect up. We wouldn't want people to think that Stiegler is like, Eckhart Tolle or Paulo Coelho for the, the philosophical set. He's not a sort of he's not a sort of prophet wailing on a rock. He's an extremely careful philosopher, precise, drawing on multiple traditions, though startlingly original. He's also drawing on multiple traditions. He's drawing on the tradition of Husserlian phenomenology to talk about time, and Husserl's notion that what is time? Well, it's not the Cartesian time of the clock. It's the time of the past, present, and future inhering in each other, the retention of the past. The past is not a series of discrete moments, as David Hume would have it, or the analytics would have it. All three modes of time inhere in each other, and without that, there would be no possibility of world. Now that is Husserl going into Heidegger, and then the question that Heidegger sort of takes up and poses, Stiegler is posing in a more materialist, if you like, and technical way. And another sort of influence flowing into this is really structural anthropology, Durkheimian, Levi-Straussian anthropology of how do societies reproduce themselves. So the circuit of trans-individuation, in a way, is a materialist rendering of the process of social and cultural reproduction that Levi-Strauss talks about in terms of symbols and myths, totems and taboos, and that sort of thing. And then, of course, the third tradition is, as you say, Marx, and within Marx, the moment that did not become part of Marxism, as you say, until the post-war period, the publication of the 1844 manuscripts, the Grundrisse, the Frankfurt School, and that sort of thing, which is a deeper cultural critique of technology rather than just technology as something to be owned politically by this or that class and this or that sort of economic order. So I wonder perhaps if you wanted to say a bit about how these concepts, locality, entropy, exo-organisms, that sort of thing, connect up a bit, because they're not random, if you see what I mean. Yeah, maybe.
About that standardization bit, I remember about 30 years ago you published an article talking about plastic chairs.
Oh, there you go.
You were the prophet then.
I am, no. Georgi Skrinas was the prophet, the guy who said that with the advent of the CD from the LP, there was now no side B to history.
What happens with the Industrial Revolution? For a couple of thousand years before the Industrial Revolution, there was a separation between the evolution of technology and the evolution of knowledge. What occurs with the Industrial Revolution is when this separation is overcome and the conditions of the evolution of techniques become the conditions of the evolution of knowledge, basically through, as you said, mathematization. Now, about locality, every counter-tendency is always local. Life is local, here in the biosphere, the only place in the universe where we know of this counter-tendency. Within this counter-tendency, within life, there is the locality of this ecosystem or that ecosystem, of this niche, that niche. And that's because the counter-tendency that is life, like every counter-tendency, is a question of an open system within a bigger system. It's a question of scales of locality. And in the case of technical life, of our life, those localities are different. They're first the locality of territory that is marked. This is the first kind of memory technology, we could say, is the marking of territory as our territory. And so a tribe and a society and a civilization, these two are localities because they are open systems within a broader locality. And to say that they're open systems is to say that they always have the possibility of closing. The unfolding of that counter-tendency is the unfolding of its possibilities, but when those possibilities are exhausted, that counter-tendency will collapse. That's to try and join some of those things together. But maybe it's in relation to the more broader point you were making, it's worth saying something then about what it means to say that Stiegler is a material thinker. It means he's not just a thinker who wants to think interesting things. He wants to tell us what we need to do. So why don't we answer the question, what do we need to do? The bringing together of knowledge, science, with techniques that made the Industrial Revolution possible was a way of eliminating localities, as you said, of making them all the same, of standardizing them, of saying that there is no special place, there is no heaven, there is no hell, there is no singular place, there is only physics, blah, blah, blah. But this is because people hadn't figured out how to think the question of locality after entropy. This is why we needed Schrödinger, it's why we need Lotka, and it's why we need Stiegler. If I say that what's singular for us are processes of knowledge that are not yet and not just information, but always involve information, and which are singular, it's to say that knowledge itself is local, is idiomatic, has conditions, and starts from belief, as I said. This is what must be protected, encouraged, and promoted against the tendency for all those things to be dissolved. And it's what must be protected and promoted in a situation where the automation of knowledge and the automation of all those things closes off the possibilities of the open systems within which we hope to live and which we hope to be ourselves. And it closes them off also because it disrupts in a fundamental way the technical system by which we have, for the past almost 100 years, 100 years, let's say, redistributed the gains from productivity to what we call workers, even though perhaps we should call them labourers. In other words, through the Keynesian welfare state. It disrupts it because this automation threatens to mean that there is no longer any need for those workers to do to do work. We shouldn't kid ourselves. The possibility of AI is the possibility for nearly every kind of work to be automated. And when every kind of work is automated, it doesn't mean that there won't be any jobs for anybody to do that work, but it means that the remuneration for that work falls to the level that it's not cheaper to get a robot to do it. So the question becomes how to redistribute productivity gains so that people can live and can live well and can live better, which means with new knowledge. Stiegler doesn't have the answer to this question, but he has suggestions. One of his most important suggestions is based on a scheme that exists in France and has existed for 100 years. For workers in the performing arts who do not work all the time because their work is intermittent, and who, if they are not remunerated, would not be able to work at all because their income would not be sufficient, but about whom it is decided that it's good if they can work intermittently in the performing arts, because the world is better if there are good performing arts workers doing good work. So how do you make this possible? You make it possible not just by giving them welfare when they're not working, but by telling them that if you do things, activities that increase your ability to work well in the performing arts, then we will give you income for those courses and training and activities that improve you while you are not labouring as a performing arts worker. But the continuation of receiving that income depends on finding actual work as a performing arts worker. What Stiegler is saying is that this is a scheme that we need to apply much more generally, so that those whose skills are being automated can maintain the singularity and the exceptionality of what they do, so that it cannot be automated and replaced. And to do that depends on reorganizing economic systems in order to make that possible.
I'm going to cut you off there.
One more little thing.
Just quick.
And what he's saying is we cannot just change the whole world, have a revolution by clicking our fingers and expecting that to happen. But what we must do in the middle level scale is begin to quickly begin to have experiments, economic experiments of this kind, to see what will work and what will make possible forms of economic arrangement that do take care of knowledge and of desire.
Right. All right, I'm going to throw it open now to questions and comments. Comments are fine, but I will be incredibly rude about rambling comments. I will cut you off. We've got about 18 minutes, and try and keep questions pointed. So anybody got anything they'd like to throw in? Yes. Yeah, right. Thanks for the reminder. Yes. All right. I got it. I just got to recapitulate. So the question, the question is, can you go from an open to a closed system, or the characters of the two, and the relationship between closed systems and the entropic, and how this would relate to the question of language and what it is, I think.
Yeah. Every language is open. And what does that mean? It means that it doesn't exist. English does not exist. There's all kinds of English. There's all kinds of ways of speaking. The way I speak is not the same as the way any of you speak. The way we speak is not the same as the way people speak in New Zealand. And we try to formalize the English language when we produce a grammar. But that grammar does not reduce language to what you put in that grammar. Now, a formalization is not a calculation. To produce a grammar is not to reduce language to calculability, but it is to make it possible to reduce it to calculability. And how do you reduce a language to calculability? I don't know, but we know it can be done because that's what translation technologies are based upon. As we know, of course, the engineers who invent Google Translate do not know the languages that they are automating the translation of. They do not know a single thing about those languages. And yet they can translate. And they can translate pretty well. And they do that by turning what has been formalized into something calculable. In order to do that, and do it pretty well, they nevertheless have to ignore what is incalculable about language that makes it an open system. It doesn't mean that translation technologies will destroy language, but it does mean that it risks destroying language because it risks destroying our ability to hear and think and invent those improbable and singular aspects of language to the point that we may not be able to read or write or talk very well in the future. And that's not just idle. One of the aspects of the future of these kinds of LLMs, etc., is that they are going to be less about writing on a screen and more about audio-visual communication. And this can really mean that it's not just thinking that gets destroyed, but that there will be a generation of people who cannot read or write. And if you have a generation of people who cannot read or write, then the possibilities of thinking and taking care that are made open by the formalization of language that is reading or writing will be lost.
I'm going to cut you off there too.
Cut me off.
Questions up there, yes, in the glasses? No, you? Yes, sorry, I don't know anybody's
Everyone's
names.
got glasses.
Yes. Okay. The question is, can you say a bit more about the origins and the distinctions between order and organisation and Stiegler's views on those?
Okay, well, in short, I don't think the word order really means anything. You can project a meaning, but like I said, what does it identify? Is a crystal orderly? It really looks like it. You know, it's got all the different facets and looks way more orderly than some liquid floating around. So if you move from a liquid to a crystal, have you gained in order? If you say the answer is yes, which you can say, but it's subjective. It tells us nothing scientifically because it's an entropic movement. There's no way that the formation of a crystal is not an entropic movement. And this leads to a big confusion because people want to think about negentropy on the basis of crystallization, of the crystal as a kind of symmetrical version of negentropy and life as a kind of asymmetrical version. And Schrödinger says this, but it's very misleading and confusing. And it basically doesn't help us. When we say organization, well, of course, this refers to an organ and to the relationship of the parts to the whole. In life, we have a locality composed of organs that exist in a strong relationship of part and whole. What does it mean to say that they have a strong relationship of part and whole? It means that they share a history. And the unfolding of that history is the unfolding of that locality. This is not the case for a crystal. It contains no history. You can find nothing about the history of that crystal by looking at that crystal. But by looking at life, you can know very much about that. And so in neganthropic life, in the life of technical beings that we are, again, it's organized, but it's organized in a relationship to what is organized but not organic, like a plastic chair, which has its place. Well, let's face it. Where will we be without plastic chairs? On the floor. So I hope that answers the question.
I might throw a quick curly one in here, and which relates to locality, because what you've just said about part, whole, and history and locality, I think once again shows the enormous scrupulous carefulness of Stiegler. Stiegler is incredibly, everything is a series of arguments that it's hard to deny otherwise as they build up a picture of how the world works. Now that relates then to this question of what happens when you are in an era which delocalizes to the nth degree, and you get that as a general social condition. And that relates, of course, to mass immigration, and in particular the use of mass immigration really within the frame of calculability, i.e. global capitalism and the movement of labour around, and the resultant reaction, which could be called revenge and resentment on one level, of the rise of the new right or the post-right, whatever we want to call them, whether it's AFD, Meloni in Italy, Trump in America, reform in the UK, and the sudden eruption of one nation to improbable electoral viability. Everything here, it seems to me, is a reaction to delocalisation, to the enforcement of the idea that nothing about the ensemble of life in which you grow up will be particular or bounded or different. Does that create a challenge for the sort of politics that I think many people who are philosophically interested would hold today?
Yeah. The rise of political populism, we could say, is an obvious symptom of the delocalization that we're talking about here. Or in other words, we can say it that political populism is itself a symptom of what we should call industrial populism, meaning that it is produced industrially. And it's produced industrially because it is produced by forms of computation that are about eliminating everything improbable. What follows from that is that we should not take the attitude that this is just a form of stupidity that we have to reject in the name of some scientific universalism or so on. We have to say no. These reactions are themselves an expression of a form of suffering that comes from the fact that locality does matter to people, that it is significant for people. And one of the most interesting things about Stiegler politically, when you compare him to just about everybody else, is that in 2003, he published a book, which was the first book that I translated, which was dedicated to whom? It was dedicated to the people who vote for the National Front. And why was it dedicated to them? He said he's dedicating the book to them because they are people who suffer. And they suffer like we suffer, but maybe they suffer more than we suffer and before we suffer. And this is an example of Stiegler refusing already to think that the political solution is to designate a scapegoat. It's already to say, I have the courage to devote this book to these people because they are not the problem. The problem is the fact that they suffer, and they suffer because of the pharmacon, and if we scapegoat these people, then we avoid the pharmacon by dealing with the pharmakos.
Thank you.
You're
Other
welcome.
questions, comments? Anybody throw it in? There are no bad ideas. There are no bad ideas.
Only bad people.
Ooh. Okay, all right.
Careful.
Well, look, I think the question... Look, yeah, all right, I'll pose a couple of questions here. I mean, I hope to bring that out a bit in what I've been asking, but I guess one question would be, are we always in a situation of... Now, let me put it another way. There is a thing you might call Gutenbergianism, which is very popular in the popular media, which is a tendency to treat what has come in the last 10, 20 years as a unique disarranging of humanity in relation to what is presupposed to be normal and right and that sort of thing. And that is obviously for journalists and for people of that culture associated with a literary culture bound within the book. Now, I know that Stiegler's not saying that at all. I know that he's actually saying the opposite of that. But is it possible that in terms of talking about an immense regression, we are falling into this situation of saying, well, the present that we're in is the uniquely catastrophic event, in terms of new technologies, new media, that sort of thing. And that would in turn relate to the idea that these key moments in history of writing, printing, electronic media, those sorts of things, are the process by which there is an abstraction of what it is to be human and the process of being human, which in turn creates a series of real objects, not necessarily physical objects, but real objects. So where Stiegler is talking about geometry not existing and those sorts of things except as a dream, the question is whether it does exist and is a real within an abstract framework that has arisen because of writing or because of whatever ensemble of media and production you're in at the moment. And that would in turn give you a relatively more optimistic view, I think, of our capacity to get out of any sort of predicament like this, which is to say, let's look at these levels and let's say that humanity needs to live at many levels at the same time, and the arrow of history tends to be one in which the most abstracted layer of existence draws all the others up and attempts to dissolve them into that, and that is the real problem of what's going on, and that even though that at the moment is hardly recognised as a visible thing, it's probably something more capable of being addressed than is captured in an idea of the immense regression.
Okay. I should be clear. Stiegler is not against automation, and he's not against computation, and he's not against artificial intelligence. He's in favour of them. There is no solution that doesn't go through those things. There is no counter-tendency that's going to eliminate them. At the same time, we should be thinking about counter-tendencies to control them or to regulate them. I read a story yesterday about ChatGPT company, what's it called? OpenAI being sued because a guy killed his mother and then committed suicide because he'd been talking about it with ChatGPT, and basically over a long period of time it was telling him, yeah, that's what you should do, all your paranoia is correct, blah, blah, blah. And also what was interesting about that story was that both the guy and ChatGPT told each other that they loved each other. This is a new phenomenon in the world where you really feel you want to declare your love to a product. And it's an extremely powerful product because of that, because it really can make people feel. Obviously, this guy was not totally compos mentis, but we are opening a new generation of people who are growing up with this extremely powerful technology. And obviously we live in a country which has just decided after 20 years, and is the first country to do so, that maybe we should think about what is the impact of these very powerful algorithmic technologies on young people, and we can make a decision in relation to that. So obviously a question can be raised, will we wait 20 years to find out before we make a decision about what to do about this particular experiment that is being undertaken on the minds of everybody? So on the one hand, Stiegler is in favor of automation, he's in favor of artificial intelligence, but he's also saying, let's not be blind, let's not be in denial. And if I talk about that industrial populism, then let's look at the expression of it today, not just over the last 20 years, but today. And if we look at it today, what do we see? We see an insane, a literally insane series of conflicts and debates between people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes that are saying insane, stupid, mad things and getting millions of views within an hour. And we should also not kid ourselves about the power of this kind of insanity and what it means, and the fact that every single one of those people is openly saying things that they would never say 5 years ago, that they are racist, that they are anti-Semitic, that Hitler was a good guy, that he was a cool dude. Unbelievable things, unbelievable things. And the speed at which this insanity is progressing is beyond our ability to reason about it. So we should try and slow down while at the same time admitting that it's absolutely urgent.
I mean, I guess the one thing to say would be, as you said, the ChatGPT, the guy who says he loves it and ChatGPT says it loves him. You could say in a way that writing itself and the emergence of, say, something like monotheism within writing has the same effect thousands of years ago, in the sense that something emerges from the marking of sentences, a God, an absent presence, who you say you love, and it says it loves you, and then it tells you to go and kill all those people over there. Is that an analogue, probably moving slower because less plugged into entropic, physical fueled systems? Is that more of a commonality with what we have now than it is a difference?
It is a commonality, but religion is not a product. It's not a product in a market. And these LLM technologies and so on are still finding how to make their money as a product. But they know, but the owners of these products know that the goal is to turn a profit with these products. And therefore I would say, even if even if we can say there's a commonality in the sense that we can love many things, we can love things that do not exist, that we believe in which we have faith, forms of knowledge that we love, etc., etc. That the creation of a product that not only induces us to feel love for that product, but that tells us that it loves us back. And to make that into an extremely powerful product in a market is also a very big point of difference.
Fair enough. I'll just wrap up with one thing that hopefully unites Stiegler and the arena thing, which is to say, one of the things I think that we would both say is that the form of politics one takes to address this deep predicament cannot be the form of politics that has been inherited by the radical, critical, philosophical left, which is overwhelmingly some form of Marxism and the idea of some sort of communism. Because if you look at even the most generalized idea of communism, the free development of each, the free development of all, it's really an intellectual's fantasy of the local. It's an abolition of the contradictions and differences that arise from trying to create a world in which one is human, while also resisting, a return to rural idiocy or whatever you like to say. So really, Arena would say you have to start to rebuild forms of association and forms of working and living together that are not communalism, not naive, not Nimban, but which consciously rebuild that. And I think Stiegler had various projects, collective software development and things like that, which sought to do that. And I think that might be one of the main messages is communism, no matter how, is one of the fantasies that this immense regression is producing as its own solution.
Let me just say, two lines, two very quick lines. Politically, I think what Stiegler would say is the problem today is much less repression than it is regression. And secondly, that political strategy should not be to resist, but to invent.
Thank you very much.
Guy Rundle.
Hello again, everyone. Thank you for your attendance. We're really happy to have John Roth and James Cullum here. I mean, you might have noted from the program there's something of a theme emerging today, around this question of, let's broadly call it techniques, artificial intelligence, and I think what we'll hear now will be very interesting as a supplement to what Dan and Guy were talking about, and then what we'll see later today as well. So James is going to speak first. I'll throw to James now, and then there'll be a quick little Q&A, and then John will speak, and then we'll have another quick little bit of Q&A. So if we can welcome them, please. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name's James Cullum, and like everyone, we're going to be talking about AI today. So, and my speech is 3 associationist problems in artificial intelligence. So, given that artificial intelligence these days is pretty much large language models, I will be focusing entirely on LLMs. And I'm not sure how many people know how they work, so I am going to just give you a quick rundown of sort of how they operate, just so that I can place my thoughts, the philosophical thoughts, in context of what they are kind of like. So I'll begin with this very crude picture of a neural network. So neural networks are the sort of simulation or computer technology underpinning large language models or AI in general. This is an extremely simple one. Like, this doesn't exist in the wild, basically. But there's on the left an input layer where the data goes in. There's a hidden layer, but there can be one or more of larger sizes than this, and then an output layer, which can be more than one. So it models, in a crude sense, the human brain, and that the circles are neurons and the connections are synapses, and the synapses have sort of weights about how much each input passes on to the next one. So the whole sort of process goes from left to right. So numbers go in and then numbers come out, and the black box nature of it is it produces results you don't really know how, because it's got these kind of weights that you can't really see, or you can't interpret, or you can't read, or even sort of fathom. LLMs are a lot more complicated than this. They've added some extra architecture for the specific nature of what they do, but they all share this kind of common thing. It's a tabula rasa in the sense that it's born empty. It needs to be trained, so it's sort of a 2-stage process of using and developing a neural network. You feed data in it, you inspect the outputs, you tweak the weights until it produces the correct outputs. Once you've got it operating how you like it, it's trained, you can then use it in the wild with new data. It will give you different answers, etc., etc. LLMs are specific in the sense that they will produce sequential data. So the idea is that when you operate an LLM, it will produce the next word in a natural language text. So it's trained on enormous word data sets, or tokens would be a better word than word, because full stops and commas and all these things have to be part of it as well, punctuation, etc., etc. But if you just think generally, it's trained on words, and so the next most likely word will be what it produces. And so that's called I think it was originally a recurrent neural network, and they were way too slow because of the computational power required to do it. So then there was transformer architecture. None of this is particularly important, but it just gives you a feel for how the technology has really evolved. I think transformer architecture arrived in 2017 or something like this. So it's very, very new. And so the explosion of this kind of stuff is to do with new techniques. I mean, neural networks have been around forever. I built one in the late 80s, but only recently have they become super useful as they are now. So given that what it does is it trains on data. You give it enormous data sets, it learns from the data, so it finds patterns in some way, and in this case it's operating on language. My first point is that it's entirely empirical and linguistic. So I think these are two key points to start with. The next most likely word is pretty interesting in itself, because you can imagine that there is always a next most likely word, but if you just produce the most likely, it will just produce the same text every time and it will sound robotic. So it doesn't do that. It actually has a randomizer at the end where it chooses randomly from, say, the top 10 or the top whatever to give it a lifelike feeling, which is in itself quite interesting. And it reminds me of a chat I had with a friend of mine who's a sound artist, and he sort of said when CDs came out, they sounded horrific to the human ear because they were way too digital. So they added what was called dither, which is just a random distortion to it, or a random kind of, just to make it sound more human. And I just loved when he told me about this. I said, oh, that's the same as an LLM model. It just adds a random element at the end. Otherwise, it just wouldn't sound human, which I think is pretty interesting itself. So I just thought I'd mention that just as a thing. So starting from the empiricist side, in the history of philosophy, the famous British empiricist David Hume developed our sort of empirical ideas. He began with the thought of how do we arrive at knowledge of what is from the given, like we're given a sort of set of things that we observe. How do we know things? How do we know that the sun will rise tomorrow? And and also as a study of human nature, which I think is in itself a very interesting thing, that he's known for his empiricism and his skepticism, but he was actually studying human nature. So in the sense of understanding is AI, how does it relate to humans? This is quite an interesting parallel. So his schema, crudely, the human mind receives its perceptions, sensations, it forms what he called ideas in the mind. These ideas are largely atomic, discrete elements that just sit within our sort of imagination or our mind, largely unstructured, and then the principles of association, which are effectively the sort of meta-structure of human nature, begin to make sense of them. And it does it in three ways: resemblance of ideas to each other, contiguity of ideas to each other, and causality. So we see that A follows B or B follows A. So these are the main two elements of his theory of human nature: is the principles of association and the atomicity of ideas. Atomicity, can't say that word. How do you say that word? So now, these ideas, we form associations, but these are purely based on what habit and repetition. If we see something happening more often, we begin to associate them. We make a habit of doing these things. There's nothing particularly grounding about this activity in Hume's perspective. So we can start to form all sorts of crazy ideas and associate things. So John's example, he's used in the past, of his lucky shirt. So every time something good happens, he happens to be wearing his lucky shirt. So that is an association that you make. So you start to wear your lucky shirt more often because you know that good things are going to happen. So these are the sorts of problems that Hume saw, and that was kind of the source of his skepticism in what we could know, is that actually we're producing these associations, but there's nothing particularly much holding them together, and we can easily go beyond the bounds of what is reasonable, and we can come up with winged horses and fiery dragons, and even for Hume the belief that we have a continuous self, which is actually just a habit of saying I. Now, why I think that's interesting, and I'll talk about language in a second, is that LLMs, we all know, have this problem of what's been called hallucinations, that they'll make up stuff. You'll ask about something and it will make up a legal precedent, or it'll make up an academic reference, or it'll make up all sorts of stuff. And it sort of, I think when you read about it, it sort of felt like it's a bit of a bug, like, we'll iron that out, that's not a problem. But when you see how the neural networks work, and that they're basically operating off these kind of principles of association, it's built in. The hallucinations are there. There isn't anything particularly much grounding this stuff. It's just like, well, problem one, delusion is baked in. It's not a bug. So I'm somewhat skeptical, Humean word, about their ability to kind of eradicate this hallucination aspect. And even now, like when you're using an AI, you see at the bottom it says, ChatGPT or whatever. Actually, generic AI can make mistakes. Please check the answers. It's almost like they've given up, actually. Like it's a bit of a recognition that this is a problem that may or may not ever be solved. So, they're sort of good at finding things you already know, but they're not particularly good at finding stuff you don't know because you can't tell if it's right or not. And I'm just kind of making the claim here that perhaps that's built in. Now, for Hume as well, language adds an increasing problem to this, is that if we hear something repeated enough, we begin to believe that it's true. So we have a double layer of problems here. And given that these LLMs are language models, we are training them on what we've said in the past. And if we've said stuff repeatedly in the past, the LLM model will produce it as truth, even if it bears no real resemblance to reality and stuff. So what we have really is not errors, but sort of delusions built in, really. So anyway, that's point one. So I said 3 problems in associationist associationist problems, and that's problem 1. Next up, Immanuel Kant. Now, he was woken from his dogmatic slumber while reading Hume, and he didn't like Hume's kind of idea that we just come with these principles off a bunch of ideas that have no real kind of structure in themselves. And his view was that there was actual knowledge that we could know prior to experience, a priori knowledge. And so he was somewhat of a synthesizer of rationalism and empiricism. And so his idea was that we have categories that we already have when we're born, and these help structure the ideas or even structure our experience of things. And so therefore, the atomicism of ideas is not something that we can work with. And so there's no simple mapping from what we perceive or our impressions to ideas that then get the principles of association applied to them. So ideas in themselves can't be atoms. So to fold this back onto neural networks, when we train it, we pass in these words or tokens as if they're atoms. Here's a set of words, how many words? Thousands or millions of words. Treat them all as individual atoms, find patterns in them, use that for your learning. So from a Kantian perspective, that's not allowed or is inappropriate. So problem number 2, ideas or LLM tokens can't be atoms. So that's the second problem. A slight aside. How am I going for time? So are LLMs Humean or Kantian? Let's have a show of hands. Should we do that? No, that's not. So LLMs are largely based on habit and frequency, so they sound quite Humean. Tabula rasa, so there's no necessary or universal categories or synthesis as Kant would claim. But does the training itself provide that structure? Is the training the Kantian side? Is that the prior categories? Is that the universal? I mean, should we think of it that way? So, it's trained, and that's the categories, and then it's used, and the categories are in the background, but they're there. I don't know. I suspect that if you think that, and that may make sense, it seems to me that the Kantian faculties are outside the LLM. Like when you release the LLM into the wild and it's being used, it's not using the categories anymore, it's static. I don't know, I mean, these are ideas that I'm playing with, and if people have thoughts on this, I'd be interested. But I'd be tempted to say they're kind of Humean even with that, but I'm interested in thoughts. So leading into the third problem, we'll bring in French philosopher Henri Bergson, who mostly known for his idea of durée, or duration, that time cannot be treated like space, and his one of his most famous books, Matter and Memory, where he tries to sort of solve the dualism of mind and body by producing more dualisms. But he has this nice phrase which I thought was worth reading out. Every language, whether elaborated or crude, leaves many more things to be understood than it is able to express. So I feel like, when we listen to people talk, according to Bergson at least, we actually actively go out and interpret or intercept what they're saying so that we can understand it. It's not just a bunch of tokens that that draws meaning out of the sort of pigeonholes of our mind. We actually do quite a lot of work. And so to just operate on language alone is to miss almost everything about language, the meaning, the interpretation. I mean, anybody who's tried to learn in French, for instance, is that you can't even work out what a word at the beginning of a sentence means until you've heard the whole sentence, because only once the context appears you can even understand half of it. So it's like there's a lot going on. To just operate with language alone is really quite a curious thing to do. So within this book, he is assessing memory, obviously. He has two forms of memory that he distinguishes. They're never visible by themselves, they're poles or, pure memory, which is basically memories of events of the past, dated events, like actions that you've taken, blowing out candles on a birthday cake or something like that. And then habit memory, which is memory that's more like muscle memory or in your body to a certain extent. So if you practice drumming rudiments or learning a poem, things like this, you do a series of dated ones. You say the poem, you say it again, and every time you kind of remember more of it, they're the pure memory, all the episodes of trying to remember the poem. And then finally the poem enters your muscle memory or your habit memory, that you can even recall it without even remembering that you know it. You just kind of need the first couple of words and then the rest of it will blurt out. So for Bergson, these were important differences. The habit, which is learned by repetition, leads to repeatable automated responses. So we can bring these forward very quickly. Driving, you don't have to think about driving anymore. But when you started driving, it was always conscious thought. But soon you can drive without thinking. Habit, by repetition, produces automated responses. Pure memory is what comes, for Bergson, what comes forward into the world to help us perform our actions, to take conscious actions. So we receive a perception, actually I'll move to the next slide, sorry, because I've got a diagram that explains this. This is a doctored version of something from his book. So on the left we've got pure memory, and on the right we've got pure perception. So we've kind of got, in Bergson's terms, almost time and space. But this is a continuum. They're never one or the other, although you can argue that pure memory is when we're dreaming and pure perception is when we are fully absorbed in the present, like a Zen state perhaps. But pure memory serves up useful memories for us to interpret what's happening, how we would decide to do something. So what he would call the zone of indeterminability is that you receive a stimulus, and then you, as conscious beings with free will, we are able to pause, merge that stimulus with things from our past, our memories, and then decide what to do next. And this for Bergson was important to explain consciousness. This dynamic process of melding pure memory with pure perception is what makes us conscious. Now, hopefully you can see that I'm trying to get to the fact that LLMs don't have this memory. It sort of feels like it does because they're sort of trained and they remember stuff, but they have habit memory. They're taught how to do things, automated response. You give it a stimulus, it's the same response. Habit memory is brought into play. There's no pure memory. Although you feed all the data in, the data doesn't stay there. It just gets turned into these synapses, these habit weights. So this is a quote from Bergson. He doesn't actually say LLMs though, because this is from 100 years ago, but associationism commits the capital error of associationism is assuming that you have a discontinuous multiplicity of elements, inert and juxtaposed. So this is kind of building on the problem of these atoms and the fact that it just assumes that everything's static, and these memories that come in and mean that we can respond to events in new and different ways is not possible within a habit memory-based system. It needs pure memory, and it doesn't have it. So problem 3, I've put LLMs operate with the wrong memory to be conscious. So I'm sort of saying in a sort of Kantian, conditions of possibility kind of way that LLMs don't have the ability to be kind of human, conscious, or intelligent. They're kind of more instinctual, habit-based machines. Whether they will be in the future, I don't know, but I'm just kind of putting this forward as a bit of a postulate, really. And I mean, this is something I was discussing with John, and he's going to build on this, or build on something like this, but I was just kind of introducing this. I think that could be the end. Yeah. So the 3 problems. Hold on. Hallucinations are not wrinkles to be ironed out. Delusions are a feature. The tokens are not discrete, so the meaning is necessarily lost. And then finally, they operate with habit memory, not pure memory, so they lack intelligence. So they're more like instinct, like ants or something like that. How did I go for time? Thank you. So we'll, John and I will take some questions now, or I will. I might throw some to John. Can you hear this? Yeah. Do we need to do a microphone for the audience, or no? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is a question in your area, so tell me to sort off if it isn't. Okay, it's not going to catch you out. What it is when you talk about memory, the extent to which we can look back at the training and the memory, and what's at stake for this is litigation, actually, because there's going to be a whole load of already is of race and
think
that would make a difference.
I think there's probably at least two problems there. The black, there'll be two that I'll mention. Right, the black box nature means that you won't really be able to work out how it's arrived at any of its outputs. Like, it's just not possible to discover its thinking or anything like that. So I don't know how you would trace back or anything like that. It's sort of, all the inputs are largely lost. It just has this pattern that it's recognised, and so I don't think it has that angle. But the other one I think is that if we talk about Deleuze and Guattari's kind of majoritarian language use and things like that, as far as I can tell, it just takes language as language. Like, it's a bit sort of it doesn't distinguish all the different types of language that there are. So the majority sort of language, the language of power, or the language of proper grammar, and versus sub-languages, minoritarian languages and things like that. So it's going to have these kind of biases built in, because it can't work out how to distinguish these meanings, the sort of dynamisms of language, it just can't. I just don't see how it's going to be able to work with that nuance. So I fear that it's kind of doomed from at least two quite particular aspects from that one. Do you have anything you would say to that? Hey, Brenda.
Well, do you want to comment then on Notebook LN, which does the referencing of the tokens, and then it'll give you justifications or further references for the justifications of those references that it's used?
The more search engine style LLM. I mean, I know there are the ones that will give you the sort of thing. I mean, I suppose they are search engines, they're not so much the... And I mean, that is one of the responses, isn't it, to this sort of made-up references. So I sort of claiming that it's not lying, it's just built in. It doesn't even know what lying means, so it's sort of, you can never tell that it's lying because it's not trying to lie or got anything like that. It just makes stuff up because it hallucinates by its very nature. That was kind of my claim. So yeah, I don't think I've got too much more to say about that though. Sorry. Hi.
Oh, hi. Can you say, by the way, thank you so much. Can you say a bit more about pure memory, which, as I understand it, is missing from large language models? Specifically, like, how does pure memory help us escape associationism and instinct, or habit?
Oh, sorry. The question is, how does pure memory... Oh, sorry. Explain a bit more about pure memory and how does it help us escape from the associationist problems? Yeah, sorry about that. Thanks, Yuri. So, I mean, in Bergson's view, we kind of remember everything that happens to us. It's stored somewhere. It's a bit mysterious where it's stored. He doesn't think it's in the brain. You know, that might freak people out. But it's stored somewhere in the virtual, I suppose you could call it, or in itself. But what we kind of perceive is what's interesting to us. So we kind of, although we store everything, or the two streams of reality, one goes into sort of memory and one we kind of perceive and act upon. Pure memory... I don't know if you're familiar with the famous cone diagram, Bergson's cone. Is that cone? Ah, yeah. For other people, picture an upside down, an ice cream cone really. Well, it's point on the bottom, and the point is where it hits reality or the present, and the cone has all the past, but in layers. So the highest point of the cone, or the widest point of the cone, is the most detailed form of the memory, and then it gets more and more specific as it gets further down the cone. So the way pure memory works is it will offer you something that is relevant to what you're experiencing, so that you can then use that relevance of the past to decide what to do in the present, so that you can use the wisdom of the past to work out what to do in the now. like we don't use it very often because most of what we can do, we can just do habitually. You know, we unlock the door, we come in, put the keys down, we put the jug on or whatever. But only when we are doing things that are particularly unusual do we really need to call this forward. So it's really about what sets us aside from more instinctual beings, that we have this kind of capacity for the past to come into the present, merge with the present and give us new ideas or ways of doing things. So this is sort of why Bergson believed that we could never really experience the same thing twice, because in experiencing it once, we then have a memory of it, and we will not experience it in exactly the same way in the next moment, even if we do exactly the same thing. I don't know if that fully answers your question, but...
Would the equivalent in the large language model be the internet? Is that the pure memory? Like everything that's... I don't really know.
I think the problem with the internet is that, I mean, they've even, when they're training these things, they've kind of frozen the internet, like 2008 or something, because if it keeps training on itself, it's just going to turn into a train on itself. So it doesn't have any real dynamism in it anyway, or they have to be very careful what data goes into it to make sure that it doesn't sort of just end up in some sort of feedback loop. So, yeah, I don't know if that, I don't think that solves it really. Because they're quite static. I mean, you can retrain it, but it's kind of, you know, the coefficients are kind of, you can download them onto your computer and use it. It's kind of like, you know, you just basically got a habit machine. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Thinking about the multiple articles I've read about blue-collar workers who are feeding information into these AI systems. And, you know, despite the labour issues that come with that, and also concerns of those workers about the accuracy of the AI, saying you need to be very careful. But curious about your thoughts of the relationship between those actions and memory that you're posing.
I'm not sure I fully understand the question. The blue-collar workers feeding in...
So, I mean, my source is the Guardian newspaper, so I know how that is. But the articles are talking about so in your diagram you have this first layer of inputs.
Oh, yeah, yep.
So they're essentially inputting the information or the atoms, if you like, that is then being processed by AI to spit out the answers at the end.
Mm.
So it's just very curious to me that actually we're going back to blue-collar labourers or proletariat, if you like, despite our dreams about what AI can be. But in essential, I guess they're sort of memory agents for AI in some way.
Yeah, I still don't fully get that. I think, I mean, the actual training is kind of more automated. It's just large blocks of scanned texts and things. I mean, I don't know if there's any blue-collar workers putting that stuff in, but blue-collars using the trained model makes more sense. So you know, in your day-to-day jobs, is that sort of, I think, yeah.
I don't know, I mean, you know more about it than me, so that's what I'm asking.
Journalists are just writing crap and then it repeats the crap.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, I mean, what you've got is a cliche machine. It will just produce cliche after cliche. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure how to answer that one. Did Yuri have his hand up? I keep thinking that Yuri's waiting. No. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know if I've got a good answer. Sorry.
I'm not sure if this is the question or the objection, so I take it whichever way is most useful. Why the philosophy of ideas as your basis? Because ideas are not words. It's even questionable as to whether or not they're properly described as concepts. They are a very distinct philosophical notion. And so to just try and say, okay, we can take these philosophy of ideas is appropriate to understanding AI, because surely that they're coming out of really linguistic philosophy problems, again in contemporary linguistics as well. So it's almost like you've gone back to the history of philosophy, looking looking for solutions, but the tools you're using are just maladapted, I think, to understanding AI. So why the philosophy of ideas? This is just that situation.
I mean, I don't think this is the... yeah, sorry. The question is why the philosophy of ideas, it seems a bit dated and maladapted to understanding...
Dated, it's
maladapted, not so much dated. Maladapted to understanding LLMs. Is that correct? Yep. I don't think this is the be-all and end-all critique of LLMs. So yeah, there's obviously other things that would come into play. And in fact, I've kind of got another whole book's worth of things that I probably build off, not necessarily this type of angle, but other angles as well. But I just thought it was very interesting, an interesting point to make, that we've got a system that does, from what I can tell, just take words as atoms and use association. I mean, I feel like it is a reasonably good analogy for what happens, and I just thought it was interesting that you can point out problems from that angle. If it's not convincing, then yeah, that's fine. But we have what is it's kind of a bit of a dumb learning system, and it produces based on patterns that it finds. It's got no extra reason, concept. It doesn't have any extra layer of of reason that's applied to it. So I just thought it was an interesting sort of proposition to make, and I put it to John, and he wanted to build off the top of it. So yeah, I mean, it's there for you to pick up or drop as you will. Is anybody else?
What's up? Okay, we're going to shuffle along.
Okay, your turn.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There'll be time later on for questions to both of us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Should I adjust the microphone? How is this? Sounds okay? Everyone can hear me? Sorry, I have to read off my laptop. So as James has said, we're kind of talking about the same content and some similar reference points, if we are nevertheless developing it sort of in a raggedy parallel. However intermittent its presence has been since the 19th century, the doctrine of the faculties remains a central feature of philosophy and a powerful tool in the prosecution of the task of making stupidity into something shameful, which I take to be the task of philosophy, Pace Deleuze. I mean the word faculty here in the sense that Kant gave the word. Not as good? Is that okay? Yes. So I mean the word faculty in the sense that Kant gives the word, a capacity or a power of thought. The capacity to feel, the capacity to speak, to remember, to dream. I'd also say the capacity to write is faculty in this sense. The project of a doctrine of the faculties, first of all, concerns the detailing of what each of these powers of thought entails. But just as immediately, the project concerns the plurality of powers themselves and the interrelation of these capacities. As soon as we register more than one power of thought, this issue of interrelation becomes insistent. The allegory of the chariot that Plato uses in the Phaedrus already leads us in this direction. So too does Aquinas' insistence on the reality of both a passive and an active intellect, intellectus agens and intellectus possibilis, alongside sense, memory, or reason. And probably Aquinas' questions about this in Summa Theologia are the inaugurating instance of a doctrine of faculties in the strong sense that I'm talking about it here, that finds full bloom in Kant's First Critique. In any case, and while we could go through this whole sequence endlessly, this dwelling on the nature of faculties and the question of their interrelations, my concern here today is with two powers of thought, two faculties. You probably can guess what they are already: intelligence and imagination. My thesis follows James's argument, which is what's called generative artificial intelligence is in fact a form of exteriorized imagination, I'm going to say in something close to Hume's sense in particular. By tracing the trajectory of the faculty of the imagination from Hume out into Kant and some others, including Beckett, as my title, my invisible title shows, once we do this, we'll be in a position to more clearly understand what so-called generative, so-called artificial, so-called intelligence involves. Start with intelligence. Let's unravel some of the problems with the alleged faculty of intelligence in the way that we speak about it today. On the one hand, it should come as no surprise that the use of the word intelligence in the formulation artificial intelligence is relatively recent. Not only that, but the meaning of intelligence here is mired in confusion. At the famous 1956 Dartmouth workshop, where the phrase artificial intelligence was, so far as we know, explicitly coined, work revolved not around intelligence precisely, but learning. Turing's famous paper, as another example, deliberately sets aside questions of intelligence in order to pursue a rather more interesting faculty, the faculty of deception. We have a capacity to deceive. This is what Turing is interested in. Faculties everywhere, but difficult to find any faculty of intelligence in a robust sense. This is what leads to a fairly strong tradition of thought beginning around the same time in the middle of the 20th century, which asserts that we should, and I quote, reject other terms vaguely defined by the use of concepts like complication, intelligence, etc. Now, I'm not citing here from Sartre or Deleuze or whoever. It's from John von Neumann and Oscar Morgenstein's 1944 Theory of Games and Economic Behaviour. So concerns with the use of this word are widespread, cross-cutting many traditional cultural boundaries. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not making a terminological point here. I'm not simply saying we've chosen the wrong word or I don't like it or whatever. The issue is that both this plurality of senses of the word intelligence in artificial intelligence and this very robust critical strain tell us the same thing, which is that there is no real robust concept of intelligence at play here. After Dartmouth, direct definitions certainly do emerge, but all of them have their roots in this confused mire of, neoclassical economics, psychology, and early computer science. Swinging between a definition that involves inference on the basis of causal models and a definition that involves a form of symbolic manipulation. Now, like our history of the doctrine of the faculties, we could do intellectual history about this sequence ad nauseum too. But instead I want to move to, after sort of, I guess, wanting to assert that we should have serious questions about the validity and coherence of the phrase artificial intelligence here, I want to turn to the second of the faculties. And I want to do this because I think fundamentally the doctrine of the imagination, the faculty of the imagination as it's described and developed in the history of modern philosophy, is a closer match to describing how generative AI works than some sort of bizarre, fractious notion of intelligence. If we ask ourselves what's the real origin of the connection between reason, not intelligence, reason, and probability, probabilistic reasoning, which is essentially what's going on inside of the use of large language models, we would be led, as James has just pointed out, to Hume's treatise of human nature. Like, it's here first that this connection is drawn, and that follows through in various other ways throughout modern philosophy. In a single act in this book, Hume dissolves the possibility of epistemic certitude, transforming knowledge into belief, while maintaining a key place for reason as the probabilistic adjustment with reference to the range of past experience to correct contemporary beliefs. And I want to note that in Hume, if we ask what is the faculty of reason, well, it's not a faculty in a strong sense or a particularly strong sense. It is, he says, a feeling, a kind of intellectual taste. And in turn, it's a kind of, let's say, specialized elaboration of what the imagination can do. Reason is a function of the imagination. Now, James has already talked here about what's going on in Hume. The imagination is the locus for the production and transformation of associations. Or, to use a phrase that I'm going to stick with here, the imagination functions through processes of synthetic reproduction, bringing together previously established elements into new formations. As a power, the imagination's capacity for synthetic reproduction, I should add, is strictly identical with its capacity for delirium, a point that James has also made. The goal is the production of what people like to call net new content, but it's the production that uses the same tools for producing things which have no basis in or are not grounded in any or make reference to any kind of guidelines. So Hume, what is Hume? The imagination for Hume is the faculty of synthetic reproduction. There are no guardrails between legitimate and illegitimate synthetic reproduction. Now, as I said before, my interest is really in going beyond Hume. And let's say that here's a third super compact sketched intellectual history. This time, I'm motivated by seeing how much more illumination we can bring to the conceptual slop of the use of LLMs in contemporary life by better and more richly understanding the capacities of the imagination. Now, obviously, especially when I tell you that we're going to talk about, aside from Hume, Kant and Heidegger, we can't do this all in 5 minutes. So, let alone talk about how it pertains to the features of Gen AI. So I'm going to settle here for 4 points and then 5 points, and then come to a conclusion. First, let's dwell on Kant. The brilliant theory of the imagination that appears in the first edition of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason breaks with the Humean account and also the kind of negative, denegatory versions of the imagination that appear in Leibniz and his followers. It's a real rupture. Kant does this by noting that beyond the empirical operation of the imagination, and this is what I've been calling synthetic reproduction, the imagination is capable of, is a power that can do independent and spontaneous work. And on a mainstream reading of Kant, what this work is a mediation of the other faculties, other capacities in thought the imagination can spontaneously bring them together, provide them with a lingua franca, if you like, that they share. No longer producing specific empirical reproductions, the imagination in this transcendental sense produces the ability for disparate other contributions of thought and experience to be brought together. Point 2. Now, and I'm sure if you've read Kant, you know this famous, infamous point. When it comes to providing a full accounting of this originary synthesis aspect of the imagination, Kant confesses it to be, and I quote, and say it with me, a blind but indispensable function of the soul. The end of the explanation. Now, Kant's the great critical philosopher. We're right to be disappointed with this crappy answer. So how are we going to proceed? Kant goes, there's a magic inside of each of us, baby, and we want to go further than this. Well, what are we going to do? Consider the following 2 ways of proceeding. The first is the line that runs from Kant through Fichte, and then to Heidegger, and then later again to Castoriadis. It asserts in essence that Kant had nothing to apologise for except for his timidity, that he recognised something essential about the functioning of the imagination but didn't draw the full set of conclusions. On Heidegger's reading in Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, for instance, what Kant discovers is the radical truth of time as the horizon for all appearance, knowledge and experience. For Castoriadis, Kant brushes up against the truth of the imagination as the source of all genuine novelty. So that's one path, the kind of hyper-romanticisation of the imagination. Here's the other way of proceeding. We agree with Kant when, in the second edition of the First Critique, he reins in the function of the imagination, for the most part subordinating it to reproduction, synthetic reproduction. We agree with Beckett. The title of my paper is Imagination, Dead Imagine, which is the title of a Beckett piece. We agree with Beckett that imagination in its grand fanciful sense is dead. It's always already been dead. Imagination concerns not the abyssal parageometry of temporality, but giving determinate meaning to judgments like the light goes on and off, and diameter 3 feet, 3 feet from ground to summit of the vault. So lines from Beckett. If our capacities of thought are both plural and differ in kind, I feel, I also remember, I also dream, then Kant's impulse in the First Critique is surely correct. We do need to explain how the faculties relate to one another. However, since we are wanting to retract the function of the imagination that Kant calls transcendental, this originary synthesis, in the name of simply identifying imagination with synthetic reproduction, another explanation for how the faculties work together have to be provided. And here I'm drawing on Deleuze from difference of repetition. In fact, the nature of this problem itself points us in the right direction. If there was a natural arrangement of faculties and fixed, then there wouldn't be any issue about how do they relate to each other because we would have the answer. But as we unfortunately know all too well, my capacity to fantasize, to dream, to sleep, to talk, to reason, these do not possess a natural order, but are constantly overlapping and jostling with one another. To put it bluntly, any order our faculties possess must have come from something unnatural, that's to say, from a social training. It is socialization we need to look to when we want to answer questions like, under which circumstances should this capacity of thought be exercised vis-a-vis that one? How should my capacity to speak, for instance, be related to my capacity to reason, to feel, to imagine? All questions of this kind are questions that have contingent answers, and these answers are all these all arise from specific forms of subject formation. Point 5, final point before the conclusion. How does any of this relate to generative AI? Sorry for enumerating lists, but this list has four answers, 4 parts. A, generative AI is an exteriorized form of the imagination, in Hume's sense. In keeping with Hume and Kant's empirical understanding of the faculty, it works by drawing on previously received content and reorganizing it, synthetic reproduction. As a functional imagination, Gen AI does not possess the capacity for originary production. Any more, by the way, that ours does, in my view. As a capacity for imagination, and like human capacities for imagination, we, human beings, are being trained to include Gen AI into the system of faculties that compose our thought. Fourth point, equally, generative AI also has the ability, just like my capacity for daydreaming or speech does, to overbear, to push and to jostle the functioning of other faculties within the dynamisms of subjective formation. Because mediation between faculties is unnatural, social, every faculty, including the exteriorized faculty of the imagination that is generative AI, can and does work from where it is to affect the others. In other words, this whole sequence, and this partly touches on John's question from before, is trying to draw from the historical formation of the theory of the imagination rather than the theory of the ideas in order to get to grips with Gen AI. So a slightly different tack than what James was adopting. To conclude, you'd be unsurprised to hear that there are 4 parts to the conclusion. My aim here has been kind of fourfold. Involved 4 sets of remarks about the doctrine of the faculties that intersect with generative AI. First remark, what is called intelligence in our discourse around these new technologies does not denote a clearly defined or thought through concept. There is no reason to accept the validity of the use of the word intelligence in these discussions. Second, we should reject the romantic conception of the faculty of the imagination and maintain with Hume and the second edition of the First Critique that its essential function is reproductive. Third, generative AI is a form not of machine intelligence, but exteriorized imagination, whose function was already described by Hume and Kant, synthetic reproduction. And I'll add this 4th point, in case it wasn't clear in what I've said. As a set of techniques for synthetic reproduction, there is nothing new in so-called generative, so-called artificial, so-called intelligence. And sadly, even its easy use in the ongoing cause of exploitation is but the extension of all of those many preceding measures we're already all too familiar with. Thank you. I was, yeah, until this morning when I woke up and realised that part of the paper was garbage. So I deleted it. The one faculty that we haven't talked about here is sensation, sensibility in Kant's terminology. It's obviously absent from large language models and Gen AI technology. And it seems to me to be the odd one out because it's the source of trauma, or let's put it more neutrally and say events, encounters. That's the other way of it's the other half of the answer. Why does Gen AI not create anything? It's because creation involves an encounter with something first. It's not sui generis or spontaneous, in my view. So maybe that's a way of summarizing the block that's missing.
I think maybe that relates to my question because I maybe missed something, but so if Gen AI is exteriorized imagination, I missed the sort of dangers and opportunities in this.
What are the dangers and opportunities of Gen AI as exteriorized imagination? I mean, to be honest, everything I've said here, except perhaps the last bit, was descriptive in my view. And I suppose the very last thing also is a way of responding to what you've said. Fundamentally, it does not seem to me there's anything new here. We survey the same field of opportunities and tensions as before. They're just kind of talked up and sharpened in certain areas. I think that's the main thing, yeah. It gives us nothing more than we had before. People talk about Gen AI kind of like bastardizing culture. Culture is bastardized. It is bastardization. So, like, I'm not sure why people are upset about what these machines are churning out.
In terms of like the difference between knowing about and knowing how, and how AI might know about imagination but doesn't know how to imagine, could you maybe speak on like especially in the context of like art, how AI, like any other technology, can help us imagine, and what are the kind of fallacies with, hey, I'm making AI art, that kind of thing.
The question is about what opportunities does Gen AI give us in terms of art and imagining? Yes. First of all, to be clear, I'm happy to be stoned to death after this, but I don't think imagination plays any role in art. It is purely a function of synthetic reproduction. It's very boring. Let's stop talking about it, I guess is what I want to say first of all. It just so happens the fortuitous coincidence of a technology for imagining recently appeared, and I get to make fun of that as well at the same time. Second, I would not for a moment think I could speak on behalf of artists with what they will take and how they will use things. And none of us should. Ludicrous. It's Deleuze says this great thing, like imagine if it would be comic if someone said you need a philosopher to understand what a modern mathematician was saying. Like that would make someone laugh. Why would say anything about what artists could do with Gen AI? I have no idea. We need art. We need art as much as we've ever needed it, which is to say desperately, vitally. If there's some way of using this shit, great. I don't know what it is. Sorry. Yeah, I think I missed something crucial in the middle, but I got the visual reasoning thing and the outside of linguistic frameworks. What was the bit that I missed? Okay. I think, we've kind of been focused on LLMs here, and so that's it's kind of embedded within a linguistic framework. There are other forms of generative AI and other models that obviously are trained on images and stuff as well. There's obviously this further question, which is should we associate imagination with images? So what's that connection? And I tend to think the answer is yes, but that we need to not think about images as visual phenomenon necessarily. We need maybe a broader idea of what an image is. I realise this is not much of an answer, but I think I'd also say that and here I think I disagree with James. I don't think fundamentally that even in large language models, it's language that's at issue. I don't think that these pieces of software write anything. It's a form of pastiche, pattern matching, or what is that thing you do with ripped up pieces of paper that you stick onto things? Yeah, all of those things. You just gave me a verbal demonstration of what I was talking about. There is a real question here, and let me just say this maybe and stop yabbering on. There is a question here about like the limits of language and the way that whether the faculty of language itself is more heavily caught up in forms of oppression and so on, such that we should try, at least strategically, tactically, favouring other image-based kind of forms of activity and thinking. I think broadly, I feel like the answer is yes, but it would be hard for me to kind of say any more. Thank you.
I see your point. On the one hand, there's no great division that Gen AI represents, in the sense that a lot of what came before it in the form of genre is itself an automation of response, the essay, the pulp fiction book. And that's one reason why obviously the university system is in crisis, because essays are so iterable by machine, because we turn students into essay machines. But on the other hand, you've got to say that at some point the rubric that a change in quantity becomes a change in quality is something that needs to be applied here. Surely the point is that, history does happen. Things do happen. Large epochal shifts do happen. And when you get a process whereby we're in dialogue with something that can imitate the full human to the nth minus 1 degree of the Turing test, and that becomes a generalized recursive process, then surely what it's imported is the principle of equivalence, of number of calculability, which then crowds out any qualitative exchange. So you can get to a point where, it's the term slop. We all know what it means. You couldn't have, but we all know it, and AI will get better at avoiding it. But then you get a sort of meta slop of the world. So there is the possibility, I would have thought, of taking seriously the idea of a cultural crisis that something like the generalization has produced. If culture is so generalized in its production, do we get to a nihilism, that sort of thing?
Yeah. I mean, nihilism is the question, 100%. Maybe my feeling is to be a bit wary, if anything, to say that we've gone over that line yet. And two things come to mind. One of them is this remark of Lyotard's in like early 80s, like making this point, culture is generalized. You can have Japanese food at lunch in Budapest while you're reading Marx in, Japanese or whatever. But then the other is the first volume of Proust's novel, Swan's Way, which is full of these idiot parties where people just talk slop laughing, slop conversations, slop arguments. And I think Proust's point, as I take it anyway, is that that's what culture consists in. And that doesn't seem all that different from what we're seeing from ChatGPT. So those things make me hesitant to say we're over the line already, but we totally may be.
Can I just say, I think that what Proust's saying there is that's what a certain type of articulated culture results in, which is that sort of bohemian world. So he's sort of going, you aspire to that sort of culture and it's nothing because it reticulates itself.
Yeah.
And culture's meaning is to be found elsewhere, which is obviously in the time crossing, place crossing of the Madeleine and the intersection of thought and sensation.
100%, yeah. Well, you're talking about obviously Proust for 6,000 years now on this point, but what point well made. Yeah. I'm cautious to say we're over the line. Maybe that's the summary.
Yeah, okay. This is a gotcha question. To both of you. That's how clever I am. So, James, you referred to contiguity, and John, as best as I could, you were referring to techno as memory or imagination, reproduction. So, if Stiegler, using idiotext, has referred to consistency as a way of doing contiguity, and if his theory of memory does give us reference to entropy as a good explanation, then why not refer to Stiegler? So your problem is you just followed on from the previous session, which was on immense regression.
I'm sorry for constituting an immense regression. Why didn't I talk about Stiegler? Well, I was only supposed to talk for 20 minutes. All right, you got Kant and Hume, and yeah, that's the true answer.
But does Stiegler add anything new that's just, or is it just slop?
Not all addition is adding slop, first of all. There are plenty of things in Stiegler which I think are valuable and contribute to this conversation. Maybe if I was to pick one, I'd say that if you think about what synthetic reproduction means, it presupposes memory. If Gen AI is exteriorized imagination, it must also presuppose memory. And of course, Stiegler has this very powerful account of exteriorized memory, technical memory, and which I think is amazing. So that could be a way of bringing things together. Yeah, that's an excellent question. The question, by the way, for those of you at the back, is there a lag in the training of, in the, say, interiorization or inclusion of ChatGPT and other LLM kind of software in our use? This kind of exteriorized imagination, has it been embedded yet fully, and are the rhythms of its training the same as the other ones, other faculties' trainings? I think that's true, and I think one of the interesting things is that it's embedded within our broader approach to, let's call it information technology. So it's not like we're being exposed to fire for the first time or something, and there's a brute kind of, it's already caught up with in a very complicated technological, educational network. And that will mediate the way in which we onboard it. But I mean, if we ask ourselves the kind of technologies that it's transformative in equivalent scale to, it's something like the printing press, in terms of the transformation of our relationship to the written word and our ability to reproduce it and so on. I should have just said what I meant to say, which is that I'm sure that's definitely true, and that's like a super rich question. How it comes to be integrated in our lives, we'll have to wait and see, but yeah. That's where we should look, I think. Yeah, thanks. Closing statements.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
thanks to the
thanks for
Fopa
coming.
organisers.
Yeah. Thanks for Fopa.
thanks guys, much appreciated. So we've got some food, there's a barbecue happening downstairs, the bar is open, and basically we lost the plot. We didn't even know what we were doing. So we got like a whole bunch of merchy shit and wrong crowd for that. So we're basically, it's like just anything with maybe anything, except for the books, like $5 floor, pay what you feel. So we just need to get rid of the shit that we've got. So just basically take it. So thank you. Now go get some food and have a nice afternoon.
Is that? Hi everybody, we're just going to be rearranging the room for the workshop. So if you've got your bag in here, maybe just take it to lunch with you and then, come back for a rearranged room after.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Some might be saying about time, right? Look at this, these little circles that are happening. I think it's good to have something a little bit different going on. I really don't know what's going to happen here. It's all a bit confusing to me. So I'm just going to throw to Joel, who will... James, yeah, sorry. I was calling Gina more Nina before, and anyway. Sorry, James. Yeah, we've got Sean here and Joel's over there on the floor. So thanks, James.
Thanks so much, and thanks. Haven't done anything yet. Thanks everyone for coming and being willing to sit in odd places and chatting and being convivial and so on. And thanks to the organisers for this opportunity to have a little bit of an experiment. I'm just going to begin by acknowledging country in that we're on the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and that sovereignty's never been ceded. And just to do that in the context of a session which is largely going to be about positionality and who gets to engage with questions of technology and why that might matter and so on. So feels relevant to the themes for the session. So yeah, the session is called How to Read a Dataset, Notes Towards a LARP. And what we're going to do to sort of change the pace a little bit is have a go at reading a dataset together. We're going to have a go at reading a dataset together. This particular dataset was compiled for the purposes of automated propaganda detection. You may well ask what that is, and we're going to find out. But obviously, the question arises, right? Like, how do you read a data set? What can you learn from reading a data set about technology or machine learning or data sets or big tech or what have you? How might our can we get the slides up as well? Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. How are our readings, because they're going to be plural readings in the room, going to differ from certain kind of industrial readings? And how might our reading practices, potentially be institutionalized or maybe organized, to use the language from earlier, against, to some extent, or alongside those more industrial forms of engagement with dataset? And we're doing all of this towards... This session is building towards a live action role play that we're going to conduct in 2026 or 2027. And we'll talk a little bit about what that means later. But just to say that it's the live action role play that's giving us the question of who is doing the reading and why does it matter who's doing the reading, which is what I mentioned before. Who are we? I'm James. We've got Sean Dockeray here. Joel Stern, the sort of silent partner for today, has been involved in the planning, but not the execution of this particular session. We kind of been making work together, conducting workshops, doing writing for a number of years now as machine listening. And one of the things that we've done has been various different kinds of artistic experimentation with data sets. So this is an image, for example, from a piece we made earlier this year called 55 Fools, which works with data sets as kind of found material. This particular one is a data set of scientists pretending to fall for the purpose of training automated systems to recognize falls for the purposes of kind of automated care or the automation or the projected automation of care in the future. We made another piece earlier on this year called #C, which is all about the generation, the production by Meta or Facebook of what they call egocentric perception, which is the kind of the point of view of the smart glasses, basically. And the problem is that all of the images on the internet are sort of third person rather than first person. And so they commissioned the production of a giant data set of so-called first person video. And this is an image from that. We made a piece about that. And here's another one. This is called Here is a Data Set. This is quite a different piece. It's more in the vein of kind of experimental music, working with data sets as a material for composition, composition of experimental music. Basically. So that's some of the things that this session is kind of in the tradition of practice that those relate to. We've got another silent partner today, Connell Parsley, who some of you may know. He's a legal philosopher. He translates Agamben and Esposito, among others. He can't be here because he's currently in the UK running this big project called The Future of Good Decisions, which is about being a legal thinker, how to rethink responsibility and judgment, basically, in the age of automated decision-making. And specifically, Connell is working with live-action role-play as a methodology for thinking about what it means to make decisions with, alongside, instead of, against machines. Yeah.
Sorry. We just have a link at the top of this page, and if you have a phone or a computer, you might want to just open this up, and it's basically the page that you're looking at. So it's machinelistening.exposed/readme.txt.
Thanks, I should have said that.
And yeah, you can see what is on the screen. But there'll be also some things that you could sort of download and some pages that we'll be asking you to look at later. So I tried to zoom in as much as I can to make it big.
https://
machinelistening.exposed/readme.txt. All right. While you're doing that, the idea of a data set has come up. Oh. Sorry. The idea of a data set's come up a couple times today, and I'm tempted to kind of describe it in those terms, but I actually think it's good to go kind of back to basics and sort of explain what is a data set? What do we mean when we say a data set? And I think one way to think of it is like in relation to something maybe which is more familiar, which is a database. And a database is a place you put information in order to sort of query. You search, you ask for questions, and you retrieve information from the database. So in that sense, it's sort of human readable and it's for storage. A data set, on the other hand, is not meant for humans to read or to look at. Its purpose is for modeling, is for training neural networks and machine learning models. So its function is more about training those models in order to do categorization, identification, prediction, and so on. And data sets tend to be either produced, like the falls one that James just mentioned, like there's not a data set of people falling over, and so scientists kind of create this like strange theater in order to make this data set. Or sometimes they are bodies of information that are kind of like turned into a data set. They're produced in a different way. And so the data set includes exactly what you might already think when I say data set. The images, the videos, the sound files, the kind of raw material of the data. But it's also the metadata that's kind of describing what that data is. And it's also the annotations and the labels and the categories and so on that are applied to the data. But also, it's the people who do that labeling, who do that annotating, who are often maybe they're graduate students, maybe they're click workers, maybe they're you kind of like answering a CAPTCHA or something. There's also the code that kind of makes all of that data computationally readable. So there's pre-processing code and post-processing code. There's ways to kind of reformat it so that it's easier to ingest for a machine or an algorithm. There's the papers that the computer engineers write in order to kind of describe their data set to other people, to get other people to use them. The data set also includes the sort of spreadsheets and file types, the algorithms that are used for that computational modeling. And I'm also thinking about the challenges, the competitions, the benchmarks, which are the social formations that kind of bring different computer engineers together to share their data sets or to kind of use them. There's also the institutional funding partnerships, the applications that are built on those data sets, and so on. So there's a whole socio-technical complex. The data set is not just the data, it's embedded in a lot of other things too. The data set, I would say, also increasingly includes something called a data set audit, almost as a part of it. So the audit is a way to, verify, it's to hold the data set up to some set of standards. And I'd say that prior to 2018, this audit pretty much tended to focus on operational things. Like is the data well formatted? Like, are the phone numbers actually phone numbers? Are there gaps in the data? Like things like that, things that would make it not really work very well. But in 2018, there was quite an influential project called Gender Shades by Joy Bulomwini and Timnit Gebru, which basically showed that that a well-known facial recognition data set was much better at identifying white faces than non-white faces. And so they sort of exposed a systemic bias encoded within the data set and sort of said that data sets need a different type of audit to kind of look for the social biases that are encoded in the data set. And I'd say that since 2018, like they went on to write like a project like data sheets for data sets, different ways of codifying how you might do what they're asking for the data set audit. And since that time, that's been sort of internalized by the bigger companies, almost to the point of a form of ethics washing, so that now you have these powerless ethics teams embedded within corporations who kind of ostensibly do this checks for social biases. But that kind of spirit of critiquing the data set, I think, continues, and I'd say that that's largely what we're sort of interested in. And I think it sort of externalizes that auditing process. And so that happens quite often. Often you find it in art. So there's artists like Trevor Paglin, Holly Herndon, Kate Crawford, and Vlad Joler. All have done well-known projects that I think kind of operate in this auditing the data set dimension. But also Timnit and Joy went on to create kind of civil society organizations just outside of, for various reasons. Like Timnit was fired by Google, like the Distributed AI Research Group and Algorithmic Justice League. So just to give a kind of context for data set auditing and a kind of data set critique, an emerging kind of formation that's sort of loosely related, but not the same as a data set audit.
So obviously, if you just get big tech companies to perform dataset audits, you're going to get a certain kind of a thing out of that practice. And Sean already mentioned, the ethics, the potential for and reality of ethics washing. And our kind of question, I suppose, for this session and over the next year or two is like, is live action role play a potential methodology for thinking about what it means to audit a data set, right? So what is live action role play? Are people like roughly familiar with that term? Have you heard it before? And probably, has anybody done not a data set audit LARP, but a LARP of some kind? Yeah, a few people. The kind of the most common kind of image that people might bring to mind would be something like historical reenactment, maybe sword fights. There's, Prince's Park, there's some people who do that kind of thing. But the way that we're using this term LARP, and that Connell has developed this term LARP with various collaborators for his project that we're kind of collaborating into, is kind of the opposite of historical reenactment, actually. It's much more about constructing fictional, hypothetical, future-oriented situations. There's nothing to reenact. There's no script. There's no original that you're reproducing. There might be game conditions. There might be tasks that you're required to perform. There might be roles. There crucially are roles that structure the play, right? You're meant to perform as a particular kind of person from a particular kind of positionality within the game. And you can, in theory, LARP anything, right? Increasingly, LARP is being used as a methodology in academic and other institutions. My partner, who's a psychologist, did a LARP with the WHO where they were modeling they were LARPing disaster response across various different kinds of people who might be engaged in engaging with disasters. And so we want to use LARP for dataset critique, basically, as what if we played at encountering a data set together, what kinds of, there's a potential, I suppose, for bringing certain kinds of situated knowledges and experience into the practice of reading and thinking with and critiquing a data set as a way, I suppose, of kind of reimagining or reinstitutionalizing this process of engaging with data sets. So that is what we're kind of building towards ultimately. We're not going to LARP today, so you can breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, we wanted to use the session, though, to kind of help us, well, hopefully you're going to get something out of it, engaging with the data set, but also to help us imagine and design our LARP for next year. So partly the exercise is like, what happens when you give a bunch of people a data set? What kinds of things do they know or not know or think would be interesting to know, and all of this kind of stuff. So we have selected a data set to work with. It's a data set, as I said, that was compiled for the purposes of automatic propaganda detection. Why propaganda detection? It felt kind of politically salient right now. I don't need to explain to you all of the reasons why. Obviously, the question of propaganda is related to questions of technology, mediatization, so on, social media. And computer scientists know this, okay? Computer scientists know that propaganda is a thing, and that maybe they want to do something about it. And so they have attempted to build, this is a real thing, automation tools like, for example, Proppy. This one up here, can you go up a bit, Sean? Tanby is an attempt to, it's a website, you can go on it right now, and it's an attempt to sort of roll out this idea of automated propaganda detection. It's a kind of collaboration between Qatar, various universities in Qatar, MIT, Northwestern, and various kind of, not exactly big tech, but sort of Silicon Valley companies. And so that is a thing that is being done. And in order to be able to do that thing called automatic, that is claimed to be automated propaganda detection, you need a data set. And the data set that, one of the data sets in play, a kind of foundational data set, is called SEM-Eval 20. I think this one's you.
Yeah, that's me. So SEM-Eval 2020 is actually the name of a SEM-Eval is a yearly international workshop and conference on like semantic evaluation, maybe. Anyway, it's centered around natural language processing challenges. So it brings together a lot of researchers who are working on computational language problems. And SEM-Eval 2020 had a whole bunch of tasks, and task 11 was propaganda detection. And that's what this data set was put forward for that particular task. And so there were 250 teams who tackled the different tasks in SEM-Eval 2020. 250 teams, coming from universities from around the world. And this particular data set, the SEM-Eval 2020 Task 11 data set, is now kind of a classic benchmark for fine-grained span-level propaganda detection. That's how they sort of talk about themselves. But for our purposes here, it's a data set that's pretty small, right? So it's different from the big large language models that we have been talking about already today. This is something that we have a link to download, so you can download it. It's very small. It will fit on your computer or even your phone. It's easy to analyze. And yet, it's still a really good example of how problems are defined by these engineers, and also a good example of seeing how the infrastructure for the future takes shape, how it's being formed. It's through these challenges and through these data sets. And so it provides a really good case study, and that's why we've selected it.
So it's nearly time to hand it over to you guys because, I mean, we've spent some time with the data set. I have various critiques of it, which I'm not going to tell you, because of this question of positionality, right? Because I am an academic in a Melbourne law school, right? I bring certain kinds of questions to this data set. But if I presume that my perspective is the right perspective to bring, I've kind of already made the same mistake as the data scientists and the industrial folks. So the question is precisely, well, how would you read the data set, and who would you need to read this data set, and what kind of institutions would you need to build in order to engage with a data set like this? And so we're not going to tell you how to read the data set. We want to find out from you how you can read a data set. And all we're going to do is propose 3 different ways in, or approaches that you might want to have a go at with us for engaging with this data set, for beginning to critique this data set. And so there are specific tasks. There's 3 specific tasks. We're going to do each one in turn. And there are kind of 4 meta questions that we'd like. This is kind of like the resource that we're trying to generate so that we can use it for thinking about our LARP and stuff in the future. One of them is basically the tools question. Like if you're going to read a data set, you'll see when you download it, it's just a whole bunch of files. Like it's a lot of files. What do you need a way, you need to, they don't read themselves. You have to have a tool to read a data set. Now we've made one. You've got another tool in front of you, tried and tested, Paper. But there are various other ways that you might want to engage with the data set. So the question is like, how do you engage with the data set? Is there something missing from this way? Just think about the question of the tool. The second question is, relatedly, obviously, what knowledge do you need to have in order to read a data set? Obviously, data scientists think that you have to have an immense amount of technical knowledge in order to engage with the data set. But our wager is that there are certain kinds of humanist and practical and situated knowledges that you can fruitfully bring, and we need to, in a democracy, bring to bear more on data sets. So the question of knowledge. There's the question of the who question, like the persona positionality, which is obviously related to the knowledge question. And then ultimately, I guess, like, why would we do this? Is this a fruitful thing? What kind of outcomes of reading data sets might there be? Because obviously in the industrial version of this, you audit a data set, and then you clean it up a little bit, and then you roll it out. But there might be other horizons for data sets than just tinkering around the edges. Like maybe we need to become data set Luddites or some, I don't know. There's like many other things that you could do after you've read a data set. And so that's one of the questions too. And there's 3 approaches. Is that where we're up to? Oh yeah, so we'd like you to populate this when you do, this is, do you want to explain the?
Yeah, I think I'll just say that we imagine that conversation would happen in a few different ways over the next hour and a half or something. So one way is you're near and facing people, you're next to people, so talking to each other would be a part of it. And we have linked to this page that you're looking at on that other page that you were looking at. So hopefully that's not too confusing. But if in the course of your conversations or just thinking, or maybe it occurs to you later, you have a thought about one of these things, if you put it in, we plan to come round to it at the end.
Yeah.
And review kind of everything and use it as a kind of foundation for a conversation at the end of the session. So there'll be a couple different ways that we imagined talking and discussion would happen.
Yeah. If you don't have a computer or you don't want to do that, that's okay. But if people can populate it, it will be helpful. Yeah.
Well, you can also just come up and use my computer.
Yeah.
You're really welcome to do that. Okay, so in terms of the three approaches, like the first approach might be to take what they give you, right? So the first approach might be to literally download the data set. And you can do that, or you can just watch what I've already done it. And this is what happens. It's, you go to Zenodo, you click on the link and you go to Zenodo, which is an EU open research repository. You download a zip file and you open it up. And there's some folders and files. And inside, one of the folders is hundreds and hundreds of files. And inside one of the folders, the files are basically a whole bunch of text files, and every text file is a news article. And this news article, contains propaganda that will be detected. And in the other one, there are, here, if that zooming in helps, there's labels, flag waving, and then a couple numbers, right? And so there's a kind of a way of addressing and categorizing the data. So that's what you get. You get a kind of cumbersome, very accessible, but also highly inaccessible in its kind of technicity in how cumbersome it is. So that's one approach, would be to literally download the data set.
Mm-hmm. But we were saying, is it me now?
Yep.
We were saying though that a data set isn't just the data. That just makes no sense. If I hand that to you, it doesn't make any sense. And you can't reconstruct the entire world that this data comes from and is imagining. So one of the things you definitely have to do every time you want to encounter a data set is to read the paper that launches the data set. And so you can download that there. There's a link to the PDF. But this giant wad of material here is the paper that launches this data set. And so what we're going to suggest is that in small groups now, either using the paper version or the PDF, you fairly closely read the first two sections, which kind of explain what this data set is and where it comes from and what they think propaganda is and so on. And then if you want to, just kind of leaf through the rest of the paper. You're not going to closely read a paper in 40 minutes, but just to, just find out what you can about this data set and what it's trying to bring into being. There's another link here to a whole bunch of other papers spawned from the task. So this is like the launch paper, and then there's all these other papers by teams who submitted attempts to build automated propaganda detection tools on the back of this data set. And they also say things about what they think propaganda is, why they would bother to do this, and all that kind of stuff. So you can look at that if you feel like it or you're bored. But otherwise, the task is to read this. And then, should we introduce the other two tasks before we start? The approaches, I mean. Or should we just do that one first?
Let's do that one.
Should we do that one?
Yeah.
And then we're going to have a go at playing in the data set itself after that. But the first thing for around 40 minutes is going to be to read the paper, try and work out what the hell this data set is and what you think about it and so on. And if you have any questions, we'll float around. We might join your group. Just let us know.
And if you'd like a hard copy, if you'd like a hard copy of the article and you don't have it yet, then just raise your hand. We can bring it to you.
If anybody needs the Wi-Fi, here it is. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I didn't realize there were people listening on or watching on YouTube. Oh, sorry. Everyone in the room, just ignore me. I'm speaking to YouTube. On YouTube, what we're doing at the moment is reading an article. And if you wanted to find that article, you should go to this link that I'm showing on the screen right now. It says machinelistening.expose/readme-text. And if you type that in and load it up, you will get the web page with all of the resources that we're using, including the article that people are reading. The article launching this propaganda detection system. And you can find that if you scroll down under the heading Approach 1.
Hello. Yep, we're good.
Yep. All right. We are going to move on to approach number 2. So if the first one was just looking at the data set itself, but then reading the paper, yeah, it's important to actually see what's in it and get an understanding of how the kind of categorizations and labels and stuff actually are. But you can't do that from looking at what they've given. And so sometimes you have to develop tools in order to do that. So we've built a kind of instrument to be able to browse the files and look at the files and read them. And that is linked to right under approach 2, where you say use this interface. That one works for a computer. And then the other one is a mobile version, because on your phone the first link isn't gonna work. So I'm gonna show we've got a way here, propaganda data set. So on the left are all the methods that you read about that they have defined within that journal article, so loaded language. So if I was to click on loaded language, you get all the articles that supposedly have some loaded language in it. And then if you click on one of those articles, then the article itself comes up. And this left's show trial for Kavanaugh. You'll see where propaganda has been identified by the people who did the labeling within that data set. So there's doubt, more sort of loaded language, exaggeration, minimization. So that's one way of going into this data set. Another is, we were going to look up Pauline, aren't we? She's not in it. Yeah, it didn't.
If you do Trump, you'll find plenty.
Yeah, it is US centered. So if I click Trump or search for Trump, then we'll find all different loaded language with Trump. And if I remove the loaded language, then, you'll get all the propaganda method types, and then you can read any of those in particular. So basically, this is just a way for you to be able to actually see what's in the data set, to begin to get a picture of how the data set, how the annotation happened, and you can just see how it is, but if you untoggle the highlights, right, you remove all the annotations, and you can look at it sort of on your own. And by removing it, and then sort of trying to put yourself in the position of one of those annotators or labelers, you maybe see it a little bit differently, or see it the same, or see what the challenge is. You begin to see what the thought process might be of someone who's been given the task of annotating and labeling this data set.
So in terms of the task itself, on one level it's just surf around in here and try and inhabit the world of this data set a little better, but we can do it in a more structured way too. So you've got printouts of 3 randomly chosen articles that are unannotated. You can also they're also listed, if you go back, Sean, on the README, you can, example articles, they're there if you want to do them. So you can read them and have a go, get your paper out and see what the definitions of the techniques are and be like, what is name calling anyway? And can I find it in this? You can have a go at that on a blank. You can do it with the toggle, or you can just do it on the printout. I've also got versions of the articles which I'll hand around after a while where they are annotated. So if you don't have the interface, you can do that. Another thing that we thought might be an interesting exercise if you run out of time is to use ChatGPT or Claude to try to do annotation or itself, because that's clearly what's going to happen if this kind of thing rolls out. So is Claude or ChatGPT good at doing this? How do you prompt it in order to do this? Like, what does that mean if it is good at it or better than you? Or, I don't know. And so, yeah, these are just different ways in, again, I suppose, to the data set, but also to the practices of annotation, the politics of that annotation, and so on and so on. And then there's one final exercise that we'll do afterwards, which is more foregrounding the question of the LARP and positionality and like how that comes out of the thinking that you've done in the first couple of exercises. So yeah, go for your lives on that, and we'll circulate again, and after a while I'll hand around some annotated articles for you.
About 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes, yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thanks for engaging with the data set with us. So this is like the LARP-ish bit. I know that some people are disappointed that they haven't got to LARP. Well, I'm sorry about that, but next time, yeah. So this is kind of like, we said notes towards the LARP. It's been really instructive already for us to see people try to engage with this stuff, see what we could have explained better, what is helpful to not have explained, think about what it even means to explain, or like what degrees of knowledge people bring with them or don't. And so now we're going to sort of start to think about the question of role and position and game design and fiction building or something. So do you want to jump in? Or?
I think maybe just one thing that I didn't say when describing what a data set audit is who takes part in a typical traditional data set audit? Because the answer to that maybe does inform why the data set that you just looked at looks the way that it does and why it asks the questions that it does ask. Because there's probably a lot of questions that you had for that data set that weren't also posed within the academic paper. So in a traditional data set audit, there'll be data scientists involved and data engineers. There might also be legal compliance people, legal compliance experts and security analysts, maybe domain experts. So maybe there will be one person who kind of like, they bring in who, in this case, who kind of like wrote a book about propaganda. I don't know what.
Maybe.
Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe actually analyzing the legal risks is enough. But if that's the kind of like the range of subjectivities or roles that are involved in auditing a data set, you can sort of understand why the questions that the data set poses are pretty narrow.
So I suppose the task that we've got over the next year is to design a kind of a game that we're going to play with some people. It'd be, I don't know, 8, 10 or more people. We're imagining some kind of fictional world. Maybe it's inside a company that does propaganda detection. You know, maybe it's inside the boardroom of Meta that wants to buy a company that does propaganda detection, or maybe we don't use propaganda detection, but some other data set for some reason or something. And so we have to invent that world, and we have to invent a number of characters that are going to engage with that data set, and they're going to bring with them certain perspectives and roles. They're not going to have scripts, but they're going to have roles, and there will be certain amount of planning and preparation for the game. And then they're going to engage with the exercise, which might be a form of data set or audit. I suppose it could be like we could LARP the annotation process, or something else. But you look like you want to jump in. No. And so the question is like, who's in that room? What roles do we need? If we were imagining some kind of civic participation in data sets in a meeting with data sets in a meaningful way, who would you want to be in that room? Maybe the answer is everybody, because we all have skin in the game in a certain extent. But like, if you've got to design a game with 8 to 10 people, something like that, what roles would you? Because this is there's a world in which this kind of thing is it's being institutionalized already without these roles, I suppose.
Yeah, and more than just the roles themselves, also. For you, what kind of outcomes would you want to be possible from auditing and critiquing and analyzing a data set? Right? Because I'd say the one option that isn't on the table in a traditional kind of corporate data set audit is to chuck it, right? It has to continue to exist. It's more about kind of reformatting it so that it it gets past some number of hurdles. So maybe that's one option that you want. So who would have to be involved in order for that to even be a possibility? So I think maybe thinking along those lines too, like what are the kind of like the outcomes that you would like to be possible through this process?
That sort of makes sense. So we're going to spend about 10. There's no like thing for you to hold right now, but you're going to just have a bit of a discussion about that, and then we'll finish off with some discussion about what we've been doing and look at the very nicely populated responses to these questions. Okay? Does that make sense? Go for it. Hello. All right, thank you, everybody. So for this final plenary bit, I guess we are interested in a couple of things. Feeding back some of what you were talking about then. So that might be the roles that you thought are absolutely essential to, you all agreed on. Or it might be that was too hard, or we didn't understand, or something that some sort of meta thing in relation to LARP design, or maybe some feedback on what kind of world or game you are imagining. And then we're going to kind of segue into more of a discussion of this exercise, I suppose, and what it might mean, if we've got time for that. So, does anyone want to call out the kind of the roles that the people, the personas? Albo. You get the Prime Minister right in there. Okay. Okay. So, a political, I mean, Albo is very specific, but yeah. If he's unavailable, yeah. Right.
And the way in which a whole lot of people are tabled as potential jury members, and then they're involved in this debate, and then sort of some are removed and stuff. And whether, data set audit, whether there might be a role for some transparent process that selects people to be involved in the board.
Right. So I'm just going to say that for the record via the microphone. Yeah, some kind of jury selection process, effectively outsourcing the question to a process that sort of is tethered to the audit itself, right?
Just the emphasising the role of the random person.
The random person, yeah.
As the representative of the whole.
Yeah.
As opposed to self-selected.
Right. Yeah, and of course, because then you get the kind of the phenomenon of the professional expert, the professional data set auditor who, I feel compelled as the person from a law faculty to mention that they're getting rid of juries in the UK altogether. Almost altogether at this exact moment. There'll be a lot of jurors out of work who can transition across. Thank you. That's a really good thing that we hadn't thought of. Yeah. Electoral Commissioner. Okay. Yes?
I always thought the idea of LARPing is to kind of embody something that you can't be.
Right.
So to kind of, maybe a dragon or an alien, alternate thing that you can't actually be.
So, I mean, a genuine outsider. I'm just trying to translate this because, yeah. Because the question, I mean, this is like a bit, I kind of wish Connell was here for this one, but yeah, it's a very contentious within LARPing. If it's important for you to be able to bring your experience into the LARP or to put yourself in the mindset of a different positionality that you don't have. And I think there are different game states that can better and worse. But so you're saying somebody who's whether or not they're a dragon, they're very not familiar. They're playing somebody who is really doesn't come from the worldview that's being represented in the LARP.
Yeah, I'm just analyzing the question being asked, which is the LARPing and what.
Yes.
Look, I think on that, because we were a bit baffled and we wondered what the LARP
Yeah.
would be. Picking up on yours, we do have a character called Red Herring.
Well, sorry, what were they called?
Red Herring.
Red herring. Okay. Yep.
We want a fish specialist. So we called our LARP Mea Fopa, and the characters are Strawman, Reductio ad Hitlerum, Red Herring, Ultranationalist, the Flag Waver, etc. You recognise.
Yes.
Personified. I'm having to write in French. I'm having to go, oh, Mea Culpa, that's it.
Yeah. So people who. People who represent some of the forms, the positions that are sort of in. I noticed that was one of the ones up here. People who are already radicalized by the content in the data set prior to encountering it within the data set. Was that you as well? Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The role is the techniques. I'm seeing a hand at the back. Oh, who wrote that? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yes?
Just one point, in psychodrama, which is a whole technology that
Yeah.
you invented, they use, then they do de-rolling.
Yes, yes, yes. No, yeah, the question, yeah, so, yeah. I don't, yeah, de-rolling is a thing. So the way in to the LARP and the way out of the LARP are really important, yeah, sort of things to think about in LARP design, yeah. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things we talked about is also, how interesting it would be to watch a LARP with experts who actually did have experience in their roles versus watching other people who didn't necessarily come with the experience but perhaps were given some coaching or some
Yeah.
information beforehand and comparing the way those two things might play out.
Yeah, that's really interesting. One of the things we've been talking about is like whether the LARP needs to be recorded, whether there's a film or an experimental film that comes out of the LARP. Yeah, yeah. And I saw another hand. Yeah. Right. Right. So an adoption expert. So somebody who's like really focused on implementation and sort of user experience or whatever it might be. Yeah, okay. So somebody whose expertise is in application of the algorithms that come out of analyzing the data set. Yeah. Do you want to jump in or anything?
Jump in?
I don't know, you don't have to. I just wondered if you did. Yes? Yeah.
Yeah, the topic immediately that jumped to mind as to how one would progress. Have you ever seen Severance? That's like
Yeah.
yeah, like that sort of process that is as close to a random selection as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I think gets a little bit closer to it gets to like the story selection point you raised earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So random versus a process for selection of random, I suppose. Yeah.
This one.
We talked a bit about like different ways that people in a LARP could be experiencing the information as well, whether it's printed,
Right.
SMS even.
And what did you have any? So you were saying, was your suggestion like it might be useful to pluralize it, or that one that wasn't represented in the room today, for example, might be really important to have, or was it more general? Yeah. Yeah. One of the things we've thought about is like, should the LARP like move between? Should we be repeated? How useful is the repetition? Does it need to be moved from one context to another? Like the place of the LARP or the imagined place of the LARP, like maybe makes a really big difference. Yeah. Yeah.
That was the other thing we talked about is which context. Like, obviously the boardroom kind of context with someone from local government or from the legislator and the accounting team and the
Right.
is one thing, but then also Lucas was talking about like being a little more academic or being from a company that was doing the data analysis.
Yeah. Davos, yeah. So the suggestion here is just, not just like the place, but like the very specific institutional context and setting, like even down to like which very specific company, what part of the company, a boardroom is totally different than, yeah. It's interesting because there's a tension between common language and like, over here we've had a number of suggestions like people who have no clue what they have don't have any common language and the value of that kind of perspective on it. Yeah, Joel?
I mean, this is something we've been discussing for a long time, but I can't help continually thinking about the relationship between role playing and performance. You know, like also in the context of
No actors, but poets. We have to have poets. And also gym rats.
Married at first sight.
Okay.
Needs to be put in there.
Yeah.
I think if you had like a juror on a stage and you had each person reading out these articles and then you rated them on the scale of, you draw it on your little scorecard and you hold it up and it's a 5, 4, 6. And then you have one person saying...
Isn't that like Australia's Got Talent or something? But for propaganda?
And then you have one person standing in the corner that's trying to understand the pattern of which ones they're liking or thinking that are reactionary, trying to get into the minds of the panel. And then they take over.
Yeah, nice. Yes, at the back.
If I understand the lab correctly, with this audit, it's basically cognitive function that you're like laughing, right?
Sure.
Right, okay. So studies that show that even a difference in temperature changes how people differentiate and understand meaning and data. So that's not a goal, but
Yeah.
it's something to think about in the design of the lab. The environment. Yeah, the environment. I don't mean change the temperature.
Yeah. I mean, we've been thinking about it in terms of tool, like, but it's obviously there's the broader institutional and environmental context is really important. We've got a WhatsApp thread for this, and there's a whole big long discussion of how we're going to deal with the question of when somebody brings up the alignment between LARPing and the sort of Silicon Valley right, which is like real. I mean, why do they? Yeah, it's a really. So just to say that like some of the big tech people. Peter Thiel, Mark Andreevich, not Mark Andreevich, Andres. No, these are media studies scholars. Sorry, that was a joke. They are really into LARP and were foundational in bringing LARP in some cases to America. Seasteading, for example, is kind of a version of LARPing in a way. Right, like bring the, futuring, like live the world you want to be kind of thing. And I don't have an answer to it except that, except to notice that.
Well, it's kind of like neo-libertarian. It's like radical individualism, like will to power. If I can
Right.
something, I can do it.
Yeah, I mean maybe that's the experience they've had with. Facebook in the first place. They, they just brought that world into being. Yeah. In the LARP. Well, that'd be difficult now, but I guess someone can role play it. Do you have any closing comments or anything? Will we just wrap it up? Should we point to this? I think that we might wrap it up in that. Now, I feel like I want to thank you for no, because you say thank you, but it's quite a weird thing that we asked you to do on a Sunday afternoon. There definitely were versions of this that we imagined going, people struggling a bit, and so I really thank you for coming along for the ride and being willing to do this with us because I think it has been really helpful. And we'll see what happens with the project. And if you have any oral feedback or anything you want to give us, let us know. And yeah, well, I mean, depends what the LARP is and what roles we need, I suppose. Yeah. If anyone knows Albo. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and you're welcome to put more stuff in here if you like. And thank you very much. And stick around for Brian Masumi.
No, it's all good. So, guys, just to let you know, we have some food available downstairs for free. The bar's open, and yeah, please just help yourself. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, we're also going to reconfigure the room again, so if you leave, please take your bags with you. Should I say that again? So just repeating that, if you leave, please take your bags with you because we're reconfiguring the room.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening, people. Could we just, we'll get going now, please. Thank you very much. I would just, I'm going to just take a couple of moments to communicate some thanks. First of all, want to thank Ballam Place, Joe Norster in particular, for trusting us to be here. That's been a real pleasure, and they have been so supportive that, you know, we just couldn't have done this without their material support. So if we can just give Ballam a round of applause, please. I would also like to thank Kieran Stewart, the gentleman in the back corner there that has just done an amazing job with the tech, live streaming, dealing with all the spaghetti, so that's been amazing. Next, I'd just like to thank all the entities themselves, because Fopa is really just a reflection of what is going on out there in our city. The entities and persons that are prosecuting their projects, that have their forms of organisation and are trying to do knowledge transmission in novel and interesting ways. So really just want to thank the entities that have participated, because without their work over decades, this little sprinkle of concentration wouldn't happen, whatever. Would also like to thank the comrades at 7th Gallery for resourcing in a lot of ways, and their community as well. Their volunteers throughout this weekend have helped a labour surplus, really. We've had too many people, but it's made things work well, and that has been very helpful. So thank you to 7th Gallery. I'd just like to, some individual shout outs. I'd like to thank Nina for doing all the design work. I think the festival has had something of an identity, and you know, thank you very much, Nina. Could we give Nina an applause? Thanks. I would also like to thank Dario, Will, and Chris for helping just organise over the last little while. Without your support and input, I don't think this would have happened, so thank you very much. And last but not least, Rog, Lucy, thank you so much. We've kind of been a weird little team for a couple of years now, and I thank you and I love you, so thank you very much, Lucy. The final bit of thanks is I want to thank Brian for trusting some strangers and for fighting some jet lag. And you guys are here for Brian, so let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, Brian. We look forward to it tonight.
Yeah, it's not clear who's winning right now in the battle against jet lag, but we'll see how it goes. But thank you. I know it's been... Oh, oops. Sorry. I know for some of you it's been a long day. It's the last session, and I thank you for your stamina and for staying on. It's just a pleasure to be at an event that really tries to do things differently and inhabit the para. That's been an area that Aaron and I have experimented in for a very long time, not using the word to begin with, but maybe halfway through a 22-year run, we started thinking in terms of what the meaning of the para could be and what para-institution was. And during that time, we were exploring what we called techniques of relation, which were techniques that were specifically addressing the in-between of bodies and agencies, tending and attuning toward a collective field of potential. So it was in that context that we started thinking of of the para-institutional. The para was very much at the heart of Erin's talk yesterday about para-pedagogies, and my talk will be complementary with hers in a lot of ways. One of the ways we understood the para was from the beginning in relationship to the concept of the micro-political from Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari. And more we place that within a context, a larger context of process philosophical thought, meaning thought that starts with events and considers activity to be the basic element of the real rather than subjects or objects. So what I wanted to do today, it comes out of a larger paper called the Para-Institutional Imperative Toward an Anarchism of Value. I'm just going to do a few of the conceptual itineraries that run through that piece that focus on reconsidering agency in ways that posit the primacy of relation over terms that are in relation, and talks about how what the repercussions for notions of agency might be for the in the context of improvisational practices that we think go along with the para-institutional. A particular concern of the paper is what is the role of perception, which I won't get to very much here. And it starts from taking a bit of a skew to the usual vertical-horizontal dichotomy that we think of in terms of institutions and alternatives to the hierarchical institutions, to try to talk about what transversal movements might be, movements that cut across without necessarily opposing themselves to constituted powers. And that term constituted powers is one of the beginning places that's very useful for me in talking about the micropolitical and the macropolitical. It's a distinction between constituted power and constitutive power. So the macropolitical is a domain of constituted power that have already emerged forms with institutional operativity and mutual visibility. Constitutive power is the field of emergence from which constituted powers arise and to which they remain attached by a processual umbilical cord. Constituted powers are the realm of the institutional. They have a circumscribed scope of variation, limited by the functionality of their forms, as governed by normative parameters of operation. Their default setting is to ensure more of the same as much as possible. But survival dictates that changes in the milieu be met with adaptive adjustments. This only occurs through pressures from the outside knocking at the door. Outside forces strike, exerting a distorting pressure like noise on a tympanum. This registers in the institution's organs of self-reflection only negatively as perturbation. The perturbation gives pause, it cuts in, and for an immeasurable moment, for an offbeat, normal operations are in suspense. The interruption catalyzes a local readjustment that reverberates across the interlocking operations, defining normal operating parameters, adding an inflection. For this brief interregnum, the institution has opened its constituted form to reconstitution. The form has boosted itself with a supplemental dose of formation. By the institution's reckoning, it has drawn on its own internal resources of adaptation to self-reflexively amend itself. Institutions observe the autopoietic principle of closure, according to which a systemic solidarity of operations can only perceive as a function of its own internal distinctions. Yet the outside did effectively come knocking. It did exert a formative pressure that made felt new possibilities. In process terms, the institution folded in an impulse from its outside, or to be precise, approximate region of it. Complexity theorist Stuart Kauffman calls that region the adjacent possible. It roughly corresponds to what Whitehead calls real potential as opposed to pure potential. Real potential is not adjacent to macro political formations in a spatial sense. It's a different dimension of organization. It's in an infra-domain. It is immanent to constituted powers, much the way the subatomic domain of physics is immanent to the forms and territories of macrophysics, in and of them, but of a different order, infusing them, suffusing them, and at the same time asymmetrical to them and offset from their structure, underpinning them while dynamically exceeding them, supporting and supplementing. The field of potential is composed of elements that are as yet unformed, which is not to say that they're simply formless. They exceed form. They're not smaller things like bits of information, bundles of code, or primitive building blocks. They're incipiencies of forms, the just beginnings of form. They lie in a state of superposition from which they must unfold to take determinate form. En route to form, they pass a threshold to the macro. They appear in a given macro context, in the strong sense of appearing as coming palpably into being. They make ingress into a territory as an eruption of novelty that may be as subtle as a slight variation on an already recognized form, or as dramatic as a tipping point into a new systemic consistency. They are seeds of process for takings form, reformations, and ingressions of the new. They're not metabolized in elementary fashion, but rather actualized as an event. Each actualization unfolds with a unique rhythm and vector orientation, unfolding from its inaugural impulse as it strikes on a sensitive surface or at a sensitive point. From there, it reverberates across the system and is transformatively incorporated into it. Real potential is composed of formative impulses that transduce over a threshold into constituted form. Their impulse-driven unfolding gives them the character of tendencies. They're embryonic tendencies pressing for expression. They're forces of organization. This transductive ingression of tendential potential assures that no institution is, in matter of fact, operatively closed. They only act as if they were. Resituated in the field of potential in the larger sphere of process, institutions have a degree of openness to the outside through which heteropoietic or otherwise productive impulses enter into their constitution. Macro-organization always lives by supplementations from the outside of process. However, they do not perceive the outside as such. They interpret everything in the terms by which they operate internally. The outside, nonetheless, is felt, but only in effect, consequent to perturbation. The micro-political register, on the other hand, is the realm of the para-institutional. The etymological sense of the prefix para is beside or alongside with a hint of beyond. It also connotes amiss, irregular, with a sense of modification or alteration and a tinge of contrary. The reason to introduce the term para-institutional is to suggest that there can be sustained practices in the register of the micropolitical that build upon and enhance each other without institutionalizing themselves in the way I was just describing, capable of operating alongside and beyond the institutional realm. The para-institutional lacks the solidity of the institution. It is a matter of movement. Para-institutional movement does not prioritize self-conservation In fact, it is self-expiring by nature. It lives only in effect, in the follow-on effects. It lives on only in effect, in the follow-on effects that it's making itself impulsively felt, catalyzes on an alien register. It only appears as transduced from its native realm of real potential into an adjacent field, a plane of institutional organization that records it in a constitutive recomposition. In itself, it is imperceptible. It neither can nor cares to represent itself. It is the formative force of the unrepresentable. It bends to no rule or norm, but rather bends them to the rhythm of its impulse. It is not a variation on a theme, it is variation in itself. Its every strike, a multiplicity of potential, tendential unfoldings. It is not a functional interlocking of operations, but a superposition of as yet unformed potentials pressing to find operative expression in an emergent form. It carries no pre-designated agential roles, in no small part because it has no functions for them to fulfill. It does not do, it triggers. As tendency, its agency, although this is no longer really the correct term, is to trigger in such a way as to orient a vector. Once it makes ingress into the institutional register, it may alluviate across a set of functions distributed among roles. It has no other territory than this taking effect on that alien register. For the potential it makes felt, like all potential, is non-local, nowhere determinate, but everywhere in immanence. Its energies make ingress into institutional form and are captured by it toward its own ends. But it also remains in reserve. It subsists as a reserve of potential for a next ingression, as yet unincorporated and undisciplined. A share of potential is captured and transduced onto the institutional register, but the real potential from which it came abides. A remainder escapes capture, reconstituting the adjacent possible. It is potential's nature to escape. Its escape constitutes an anarchic share of process. Its ingression exerts a negentropic force on organization. The anarchic share is the motor of process. Institutions run on what escapes them. They're apparatuses of capture. Micropolitical ingression is not sovereign and it does not govern. It is an uncrowned dose of anarchy, presenting itself upon impact as a force of disorganization, but one that paradoxically provides the occasion for organization to recompose itself around it. Unformed form giver, anarchic organizer. Whitehead considered what is being called here the micropolitical central not only to organization but to reason itself. Reason, he says, is the self-discipline of the originative element in history. Apart from the operations of reason, this element is anarchic. The anarchic share of process introduced into the institutional field by micropolitical movement is not the opposite of reason. Neither is it the object of reason's discipline. In Whitehead's enigmatic formulation, the anarchic share is its self-discipline is reason. Its self-discipline is its ability always to remain in reserve, offering adjacent potential, formative capture, adjusting its impulse for ingression as the capturing apparatus transformatively adjusts its operations to it, producing a variation on a regulated function. Reason, in Whitehead's sense, is the operator of this transduction between the micro and macro-political. Para-institutional practices embody the anarchic leading edge of reason, introducing a dose of creativity into constituted form. Reason here is not, Reason here is not rationality in the sense in which it is commonly opposed to affectivity. The micropolitical originative element in history is not perceivable as a manipulable thing, but is only felt in effect. Reason, by this definition, is linked to transformation. It is not a faculty, it is an event. It is not in the interiority of a subject, but in the exteriority of a field of relation playing itself eventfully out. It is of the nature of the micropolitical to make ingress following its own originative impulse. But if it always exceeds its own capture in perpetual escape, how can it be made a practice? How does one do the micropolitical, preserving its formative force from mortifying institutional capture? You can do it improvisationally, surely, but how do you improvise with an anarchic share? The first element to response is to resist treating doing and non-doing as binaries. Like all dualisms understood from a process philosophical perspective, they are poles, in a sense close to the magnetic meaning of the word, processual attractors orienting movements in a field. First, a quick sketch of the conventional binary view. At one pole in the doing, action is consciously goal-oriented. The goal orientation is organized by schema. The schema are imbued with pre-existing norms of function and desire. The actor is felt to be ontologically separate from both the action and its object. The object is the done unto. The integrity of the action presupposes a mediation between the actor as doer to and the done to object. The mediation holds the two apart at a safe distance so that their basic natures are not called into question. They remain essentially separate and discrete in their respective beings across any transformation that occurs. The mediation as an intervening third ensures that the relation between object and actor remains extrinsic. The actor is what is commonly called an agent. The action is an external manifestation of the agent's agency, understood as an executive power, possessed by an independent subject, facing a world of objects, patient for its action. At the other pole, there is said to be the opposite, a void of agency. It is now the subject that is done to. It is vulnerable to impingements that may well denature it, making the doing to an undoing in the strong sense. Or it may bide its time, non-doing in the sense of remaining passive. In this case, it risks being taken up in larger processes that sweep it up and sweep it away. At this pole, the subject is not really that, but being instead the object of external action to which it is simply subjected. The crucial point is that neither pole is ever actually occupied by any body. On the one hand, there is always, in all activity, a necessary component of non-doing. Actions take place against a ground of continuous default activity that enables and conditions it. Executive action, for example, is buttressed by habits operating in the background. These are self-acting below the threshold of conscious intention. No body can move or move an object without relying on all manner of non-conscious dispositions and acquired capacities. We don't executively direct our individual muscles or will or heart to pump faster when we exert ourselves. We don't consciously think through or even clearly feel most aspects of an action. We work at many levels on autopilot. In fact, the more we do so, the more skillful is the action. We focus intently and intentionally only on the most salient aspects of a task at hand. Executive action is not a self-sufficient sallying forth. It is a salience, a decisive region of foregrounded experiential clarity, standing out against an obscure field of background activity, which it disavows in order to congratulate itself with an exaggerated feeling of its own self-sufficiency. The truth is that without the background abetting it, it would founder. On the other hand, there's no such thing as complete passivity. any more than there is of that kind of subjective activity. An impingement always incites a comeback, and at least a germinal response, if only in the reactive form of a bracing for impact. By changing the conditions of reception, this alters how the impingement lands, contributing to the action. Resistance is the lowest degree of action, not its opposite. All activity lies somewhere in between these poles. There are a number of ways of thinking about this in between. An attraction, for example, pulls the body forward, but the body lends itself to the pulling. Its receptivity to the attraction is not a mere passivity, but a leaning in, contributory to the effectiveness of the attraction. An attraction stretches between attractor and attractee, vectorizing their shared field. Attractions are relational causes whose efficacy is field-wide and whose interventions come about and go about field-wise. In other words, they pertain to a distributed causality, a quasi-causality. A quasi-cause, or relational cause, is an efficiency that operates integrally in a fielding and cannot be parceled out and plotted to one or another of the contributory factors in the field. It is not even possible without ambiguity to say which factor is the subject and which the object. Is the attractor of the object the attractee's desire as a subject, or is the attractee the object of the attractor's pull? An attraction occurs simultaneously between them across the field in which they come together at a distance. It is in the in-between, in the zone of indistinction between agent and object of action, that improvisation occurs. Attractor and attractee are not the only factors in the field. All fields are in reality heterogeneous, including any number of other factors whose push or pull might be felt at any point in the playing out of the field's definitive tension. That tension is the distance between attractor and attractee that is overcome by the movement into each other's proximity produced by the attraction. Any one of these supplemental factors may come suddenly to be felt in the course of the movement, rising to the foreground to inflect it, like the dawning of a relational idea that strikes both attractor and attractee in their dynamic relation, like a sudden inspiration. Each such ingressive factor is as much the subject of this event as it is its object. Other factors may bide their time, lurking in the background, awaiting the opportunity at a next iteration to make their difference and mark the process with an emergent difference from itself. These strikes, or ingressions in Whitehead's vocabulary, are as much a part of the relational causality as the two dominant factors. But the mode of influence is different. They're not themselves attractors, they're inducers, triggers for a dynamic self-modification of the field that suddenly make felt the call of an attractor state that differs from or modulates one previously in force. Inducers are catalysts, added factors that trigger a field-wide alteration, expressed as an inflection in the movement governed by the attractor. Another name for an inducer is a cue. Since the causality is relational, neither attractor nor attractee has the autonomous power to kickstart a transformation. The field of potential has a constitutive tension by virtue of its holding multiple and contrasting tendencies in superposition. When the constitutive tension of the field registers at a sensitive point, or the potential is sensed as a perturbation, a felt difference carrying as yet undetermined futurity, that potential is cued in to make a difference. The playing out of the difference-making is a field phenomenon, neither subject nor object-based. As such, it is not an action in the common sense. Action is too centered and executive, a concept. It is more a question of field conditions for the emergence of variations and of their excess over existing operations, priming a process for more. In order to think the para-institutional in-between, the primacy of the concept of action must be displaced by that of activity. What constitutes an act must be rethought relational as the breakout of an inflection or the forcing of a deviation, consequent to a break-in conveying an ingress of emergent potential. Agent must be replaced with part subject, a contributory factor without a monopoly on action. The part subject, seen from a slightly different angle or with different emphasis, is at the same time a part object. It is subject-like to the extent that it lends itself to a movement, and object-like in being induced to do so. Part subject and part object are names for aspects of activity or processual roles that feature in a playing out, one that cannot unambiguously be parsed as active or passive. What is commonly called agency is more accurately a field assemblage, or to avoid the connotation of separate and distinct things being flung together and made to cohere, an agencying. Agencying is itself neither subject nor object, neither part subject nor part object. It is what they do together when they are non-doing in concert. This has little to do with how agential roles are understood either by institutions or by dominant currents in cultural theory. What counts is the concertation, which is a subjectivity without a subject, the act of self-playing out of a pulsive process. There is no mediation involved. Intervening factors are immediating. They come plumb in the relational midst to induce a field into birthing an event forthright. The fact that events must play out and are subject to priming in their incipiency and inflectings in their already en route makes the event problematic, something needing to resolve itself in a coming to a conclusion. This gives the roles a meaning closer to the dramatic sense than the functional agential sense. So what I wanted to do is to, first of all, think the difference of the micro-political without separating it from the macro-political. So there's a certain symbiosis between them where they co-operate and contribute differently to organization. But organization would be entropic and would die under its own weight and rigidity if it weren't shaken into opening itself to new potentials and reconstituting itself around the shocks that cue in that potential. So the micro-political, in a way, is primary in relation to the macro-political. The para-institutional is primary in relation to the institutional because the institutional can only live off of it by capturing it and translating it into its own terms. But then that raises the question of what if you want to be, to some extent or entirely, in flight from institution? How do you perceive and non-act, not intentionally but agencyingly, on the micro-political? And that was a problem I think we realized during the course of our experimentations. That was at the basis of what we did at Sense Lab in 3E. And it involves questions of perception because if you're talking about whole field effects, sort of integral holistic effects, where there is a multiplicity of factors, some of which are more obscure than others, some of which are background, that they're in tension or potential tension. They all represent some unfolding or tendency that might want to actualize itself, but they all can't. So it's this problematic field where something is brewing. And so then the question is, what can you do in relation to that? And that becomes a question of attunement, of broadening potential beyond the narrow input of our senses in a way that registers our bodily immersion in that relational field. And then from that, without necessarily clearly cognizing a wanted effect or even exactly what a body is doing, a gesture is made that catalyzes, that sort of cues in the potential. And it's like this little, it could be a tiny shock, but enough of a shock that things have to rejig around it. So we spent a lot of time talking about those kinds of attunement techniques, and we put it into practice for 2 or 3 years it was a daily practice, spatialized practice in a room where people would come and experiment with making little changes or bigger changes to see how those affected the quality of the interactions that took place in the room. So kind of laboratory of relational effects that depended on putting conditions in place where people understood that they were that they weren't being introduced into a space that knew what it was or what it was for, but that they were being invited into an experimental field, and that they're being invited to bring their attunements, their passions, their competencies into that field to be interrogated by it, but also to gesture toward it in ways that would bring forth emergent effects. The emergent effects that we talked about, because they can't be parsed out as mine or yours, and when there's a kind of unison in dynamic movement in an improvisational movement, like a jazz ensemble or a dance ensemble, where what happens, you know that the bodies are complete, what they're doing is completely necessary and important for what happens, but you can't parse it out and say this body did that to that particular effect, because the effect reverberates across all the bodies, and then what happens is a concertation of those bodies. So there's an irreducible dynamic unity to what emerges. And that's what we wanted to find out how to do, working between philosophy, between art, in looking toward more community and activist-based activities. And we called that emergent collective subjectivity, or the group subject. So we started out thinking that what we were doing was how to create events, because we felt that in the art world and the academic world, it was things that happened when we came together rarely rose to the status where you would want to call it an event, where something actually transformed, something actually emerged. So the question at first was, how can we not make conferences in that mode, but how can you make academic art events? And I think that spirit is very, very alive here. And I think the Para is a good umbrella for that as a concept. So I think I'll just stop there and maybe take questions. Yes. Oh, that is a really good question. The question was, in what way did we measure or register the vectorings and the emergences? That became a multi-year research and practice on its own, which, inspired by the anarchic share we called the Anarchive. And so when did that, more than 10 years ago, 12 years ago, we started talking about the Anarchive. And we decided, and it was consciously an alternative to documentation in the art world, because documentation, the way it extracts sort of snapshots or artifacts from a practice, sort of reifies it and makes it static. So we wanted to see what kind of dynamic archiving that wasn't an archiving be. And so we defined the Anarchive as the collecting of traces of transformational movement that could in some way be reactivated as seeds of process to seed, if they fell on fertile ground in another context, another emergence, which might in no way resemble the first one, but we had this disseminatory, seeding approach to it, and thinking in terms of traces rather than objects, traces of a passing, traces of an activity, and a trace, if you put it in movement, it's a very powerful thing because it's in transition then, and it's not just a trace of a thing, but like if you see animal tracks in the woods, it's not just the trace of the animal; it's a trace of its habitation of the forest and its trajectories through the forest. It's a whole sort of invisible cartography of a mode of life or mode of existence. So we thought in terms of these little modes of life or mode of existences, which might not attach to a single body, like the way we think of life as being attached to a single body, but that attaches to an ecology. And we spent many, many years experimenting with what an anarchive could be. Around COVID, things fell apart and that experimentation stopped. We had digital versions of it. We had a lot of analog, in-person versions. We collected what we called techniques rather than methods because techniques are much more specific, context dependent, but then they can be taken into new contexts, so they're more transformational. And when they're taken into a new context, they have to adapt to the materialities and the textures of that context. So you're not just putting a method onto something, overlaying something, that you're finding a little organizing knot that you can plop into something else, and then it can reorganize something. So we've been working with that, and then over COVID, it started falling apart. The core group that was working on that fell apart for many reasons, most of them having to do with COVID, and the isolation of that is not exactly the best conditions to be creating emergent collectivity. Then we sort of left it aside for a few years while we were doing the 3E and moving to land-based experimentations where we have many more and different constraints than we did in the art university context or the para-institutional adjacency to those. And then 2 years ago, one of the people who had been involved in the experimentations just called us up and said, well, I've got an anarchive for you. So he had been coding for all of that time and had created this beautiful digital system for anarchiving. It's called Fuite, which is the word in French for line of escape, Fuite. FUIT.ES. If you want to look at it, just let us know. You don't register or log in. We try not to individualize or identify or surveil. So what you do instead is we distribute tokens, and you enter in a token, and then you can start exploring. And it's a multiverse with little wormholes between them. There's no tree. It's not hierarchically organized. There's a few pointers on how to get around, but you can put things in it and develop them, so it can be used as a palette for sound, words, images, and you can navigate between the multiverses. But there's an activity. It's a kind of, the system itself is a kind of subjectivity without a subject, because there's an activity in the anarchive, which means that no user or even the designer does not have executive control over it. So after a certain amount of time, an object that's been placed in it will start to fade, and it'll fade out and leave a trace on the page. So all the pages are populated by the traces of the past populations. And then that thing will go into a compost heap. And little by little, it disaggregates into, they haven't quite finished the coding on this, but it will disaggregate into constituent particles that will still have little qualities or part forms from where it came from. And then they start to re-agglomerate, and they can be taken back out as an object. And if a page gets to a certain level of saturation, it tips over and it spills part of itself into other pages, which could be completely different projects. So you're sort of losing control of the archiving. So the last few events we've had at 3E, we've had that open going concurrently, and there's a lot of little mini universes that have been created on it. So that's one iteration of what an anarchive could be, and what our particular solution to the question of documentation is. But then people's artwork coming out of it, people's maybe they have a practice sort of aesthetic forms of activism, people's writing. Those are also in ways anarchival traces, because if what we've done has had any kind of formative power, their practices will have been inflected by it, even if it's not traceable back. So we have people coming through for residencies all the time that we invite to participate in what's going on or to connect with the work on the land. And so things are sort of seeding out of that all the time as well.
How has your perception and conception of emergence changed over time?
Okay, the question is, how has my conception or perception of emergence changed over time? Yeah, I think, weirdly, I think it's become more economic in a very broadened sense. Like Erin was using the concept of surplus value of life in her talk the other day. One of our digital projects, which I think we're successful at conceptualizing but not executing, we're not great on execution in that executive sense, was about a tokenized economy where value would be generated around surplus value of life. Surplus value of life is the qualitative tenor of an experience that makes it unique, and is the motor of your having wanted to reach that experience or to repeat it with some variation. So it's a purely qualitative notion of value. So for emergence, for me, was always this popping up from a field of many factors of a single dynamic unity that wove them together actively without destroying the individuality of the pieces and without fusing them into a block. And I think what changed is I started thinking of that as a surplus value. And then that level of surplus value, that perhaps there are ways of thinking it or acting from one point to another on that level, and perhaps even connecting them together into some form of a non-monetary economy. But I think what's changed most is I started thinking more and more about, how do you think about quality? Are there philosophical ways of making that sort of a more consistent concept for a process philosophy and practice than our own usual intuitive understanding of it, which is absolutely necessary and is what makes it move. But if you want to move things into concerted collective activities, there needs to be some taking of consistency. So my next book is trying to figure out how to talk about quality in ways that make values uniquely qualitative, and then what that might say for how ethics works and how we interact. Yeah, it gets into pretty weird territory, because I think of them as pre-personal, pre-individual in Simondon's sense, and pre-cognitive. That Peirce's word for them is firstness, and firstness is it has that kind of liminal mode that I was talking about in terms of the micropolitical. It's not something you can grasp. He says, it's William James, who takes up the process in the idea in his own vocabulary, says that you get there, he calls it pure experience. You get there like on the edge of sleep when you're just waking up, or when you're really drunk. And it's this fleeting sense that the entire world is filled with the quality and there's nothing else but that. If it's red, the universe is red. But of course, there are other things in the visual field, and that standing out for itself of the quality for just what it is as it presents itself as it appears, as it really appears to you, that becomes, it falls into a relation of contrast with others that make it part of a contrastive field where it no longer has that power of its own qualitative insistence on itself. And then the question is something, like, it can't be a particular red, because you couldn't even define it as a particular red. But you know that it's red when you see it, but every red you see is slightly different. And it's not just, it wasn't just there when you saw it, because that redness or a variation on it is going to come the next time there's red. So it has this power to jump from one situation to another, to insist on itself in its own quality, but to insist on itself over time. So it has a kind of timeless quality, which is not an eternity of sitting somewhere in reserve statically, but it's what Whitehead called an eternality. It's the ability to come back. And I think that's a surplus value that I think is the engine of process, because what do we live for if not for these little qualitative moments where there's an intensity that we don't normally feel that suggests so much more than that moment, and we can't hold on to it, but that increases its value because we know that it will come back in another variation, or maybe we can find ways of helping it come back, and it will enrich our qualitative palette and the intensities of our life and our qualitative appreciation of being in the world. So, yeah.
I'm really interested in what you said about the relation between institutions and para-institutions and being this interesting relation. In my mind, a lot of institutions are either in some kind of decline or perhaps even falling. Where does that leave them?
Sorry, I didn't hear that last sentence.
Perhaps, I mean, some institutions are in decline or
Mm-hmm.
in some kind of, potentially in some element of collapse.
Yeah.
How does that impact, to your mind, the kind of
Yeah.
para-institutional response?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good question. The question was that there are a lot of institutions now that are in collapse or moving toward collapse. So how does that change the thinking of the institutional and the para-institutional? Yeah, I think that's actually a really, really important topic for collective inquiry. That is something we all should be thinking about. I think that I define the institution in basically normative terms as a set of operational parameters that defines a field of operation that reproduces itself and protects itself. But institutions are falling apart, and we have at the head of many nations now, most notably perhaps the behemoths to the south of us in Canada, where there's a concerted effort to dismantle the institutions that we've come to know as part of what was called democracy. And there is an affirmation of modes of behavior that are not normatively based. There's a Trump in the White House that is a chaos machine, who claims exception for himself to break any norm, whose only value is his own self-interest, and who recruits people into that in a way that they feel that my theory is that they're, not that they're identifying with him, because who can identify with if you're a regular person on the street with a billionaire who has that kind of power and who claims that sovereign exceptionality for himself. But you could claim a certain kind of exceptionality for yourself, sort of based on gender. So I see this strange dynamic where we're overall in a post-normative situation. But Trump, who is the post-normative personality at the center of it, is continually reimposing in the most vicious form the old norms of masculinity. There are only two sexes. designating trans people as the enemy, designating as anything coming from, sort of closing down the borders, anything coming from the outside as an intrusive threat to the nation. And he doesn't have to abide by any of those. There are a lot of people in popular culture over his 2 terms that have talked about how he's actually very that there are a lot of sort of stereotypically feminine characteristics to his whining and his vulnerability and his cattiness. So he doesn't have to. A lot of the people who support him the most vociferously don't have to either. But it's proposed for other people that they have to fall into those dichotomies. And they're made to feel that their exceptionality, what exceptionality they can have as individuals at the level on which they live, has to do with that because it's operating toward the refoundation of the nation. So then they can take on, if it's their desire, non-normative forms, like toxic masculinity, all the while touting these traditional norms that were very, very different in their effects, in their ordering effects in the earlier era. So I see this very strange disaggregation of institutions in a generally non-normative field, but with a reassertion in the most extreme and violent way of the norms that used to characterize traditional institutional forms like the family or the nation state in its earlier iterations. So that's the way I try to think about it. Space? Yeah? Like Elon Musk and...
No, your economic...
Sorry?
Your economic...
Oh, he's referring to a project that we were part of, but we're not really that much part of anymore. When we were talking about alternate modes of value, we collaborated with a group called called EXA, the Economic Space Agency. And they sort of recruited us because we were talking about alter economies and we were experimenting with a lot of them in the way we operated with SenseLab. And they came to us and said, well, if you're really serious about alter economies, you've got to learn about financial capital. You have to understand what a derivative is. The economy is no longer an industrial-based economy. The value of derivatives in the financial sector are many, many, many times greater than the productive economy, and you're just missing the boat if you don't rethink economy and value informed by that. So we've spent a couple of years studying derivatives and financial capital, many years, 6 years, Aaron says, and started thinking about how to design, how to use digital technology, not blockchain, but post-blockchain technology based on a kind of smart contracts that have been liberated from the blockchain, and how to sort of put in the self-organizing techniques that we had developed at SenseLab into a digital system. And our idea was basically that we were going to generate money out of surplus value of life. And it was a crazy idea, but I still believe in it. So the idea is if we're in our little realm, creating self-organizing, leaderless, emergent collectivity that produces surplus value of life for the people involved and disseminates seeds of process so others can take it up, that's a productive activity in a certain way. And if we could shelter that from the dominant economy so that it operated on its own terms with its own value system, for example, and within a much more anarchist orientation with no individual shares, a collectivist anarchist orientation, that maybe there's a way, if we're part of a community of other spaces also recreating their own ideas of value, that that we could be evaluated or evaluated by the others or the whole field collectively, because the idea would be that we would then become symbiotic and there would be things happening among the spaces. And then if you could have some kind of index for qualitative transformation rather than quantitative gain, you could say, well, look, we've produced this surplus value of life, that's worth something. And then if there's a way of translating that into a dominant economy, like some kind of interface to crypto, that we could basically mint money out of emergent collectivity. And it sounds crazy, it sounds like a magic trick. And it is, but so is capitalist surplus value, you know?
Economics of knowledge, but perhaps talking about large language models as a form of archive versus, let's say, show libraries like Amazon Archives, Gen, SciHub, is sort of the difference between these two things. Like corporate theft of knowledge, perhaps, versus an illegal storage.
Sorry, I'm having a little hard time hearing. Corporate.
Sort of LLMs, corporate theft of copyrighted knowledge.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Platforms like Amazon Archive or SciHub as a resource for the public to get access to otherwise great.
Yeah. Well, in some of these post-blockchain projects, there's one that I think is actually much more advanced and is maybe on a better track right now than EXA, is one called Holochain. And they create mutual credit economies that are, so the idea is similar, is that you have the power to create your own value system and the culture that sustains it, and that you're in an economic space together with a token that in this case is backed up because it's backed up by people's peer contribution of computing power to the system. So what it's trying to do is create a network that's completely off the grid of the mainstream institutions in the analog world, but also of the big corporate tech companies. And if you did that, you can create apps basically for everything that's done in the main economy, but without the same kind of profit motive at the basis of it, to try to create sort of an alternative network. In our particular, we wanted to see how far we could go. We wanted to think of the most radical thing that might be called an economy, and that for us meant no private property, no individual shares. It meant collective, creative activity toward emergent forms of life. So that's what we really wanted to stake out, and it's not because we thought that the whole world could operate on that or that everyone should do that, but we thought that it had a certain value as a propaganda of the deed to say, there are other ways, and maybe you can take up some of them. And we're still in a sense, on that track with the land, which will, as Aaron was talking about, we'll be giving it back to itself. In other words, we're finding a way of putting it in a legal status that is too ambiguous to be property and is not owned by anyone in particular. It's a form of trust that's possible to do in Quebec, where Aaron was doing research on the legal discussion about this. It's quite new, it's about 10 years old. And the legal scholars were really tearing their hair out because they're saying, how could, this is something that isn't owned, so it's not property. There's no owner, but then if there's no owner, there's nothing that's owned. What is this thing? And it's because it's taken out of the market forever, it has literally no value in the capitalist sense, because market value is based on resale value. Value is always turnover. It's not what you have, it's what you can turn over in the capitalist system. So we want to try to do with land what we were trying to do, similar to what we were doing in that sort of dream digital system, which is to take it out of private property, have a different mode of value, and to have no private ownership, and to experiment with relational forms of custodianship and creative practice where we fold into the land rather than standing over it. I have a big sign here that says -441. So I think I'm rapidly diminishing and going into the negative dimension. So okay.
So there's just one final thanks, and that's to you guys for making this a success. So when you go downstairs, you'll have your first drink for free, whether it's a beer or a wine. So please just enjoy, and I hope we have some really great conversations this evening. So thank you all.
Thank you.